All right, I want to welcome everyone here today for our strategic plan. Appreciate everyone making the time and effort to be here. Our schedules are complicated, which is how we ended up on a Monday afternoon. We had looked, I think, at every Saturday in a 3-month range, and we looked at a lot of different options, so we appreciate everyone's availability today. I'd like to introduce, for those of you who have not met, Patty Gentrup, who is going to be leading this process, and I'm going to turn it over to you, Patty, to get us started.
Thank you, Your Honor. I appreciate it.
Oh, we do. Oh, we need to announce the meeting and call the roll. I apologize, Patty. One moment. Hold that thought.
Happy to wait.
Roll call.
Being held on 2015 at 2:00 p.m. in the 5th floor conference room for a strategic planning session. Roll call. Walters.
Here.
Philbrook.
Here.
Bynum.
Here.
Walker.
Here.
Townsend.
Here.
McKiernan.
Here.
Mugia.
Here.
Johnson.
Here.
Kane. Markley.
Here.
Holland.
Here. Just one other reminder too, because we are recording this, and I know there's going to be just nuggets of wisdom that are brought forward today. We want to make sure that your nugget of wisdom is duly recorded. So please talk into the microphone when that opportunity comes, and I'll be happy to remind you as we go through the meeting today. Patty?
And if history repeats itself, I'll have to be reminded numerous times myself. So, thank you for that welcome, Your Honor. It's a pleasure to be here with you all today. There are a couple new faces in the room that I've had an opportunity to just meet immediately before the meeting, but I've spent some time reflecting on the several times that I've had the good fortune to be together with all of you. And it's going on 4 years now since we first came together. And I'm thinking back on that first time, and those of you who were there might recall that we spent some time developing a vision statement for the unified government and initial goals and objectives. From that, I think the process has grown and developed and resulted in some really good work on your behalf and on the staff's behalf. There have been a lot of changes in that time. There are new faces here at the table, right? Over the course of a couple of elections. There's a new face with the county administrator, some new faces in his staff. You've had some opportunity to make some progress, to kind of check off some things that you wanted to accomplish, and there have been a few things that you've added to the list of what you want to accomplish as well, correct? But one thing that I think that has really stayed consistent is your commitment to this work. This is something you've reviewed your strategic plan, numerous times over the course of the last several years. You've assigned your standing committees to kind of shepherd some of those specific goals through the process. You've come back on at least an annual basis, if not more often, to take a look at where you are, what you're facing, how you need to change, where you're going, so you can ultimately achieve the community that you want to have. So I really commend you for that. As the mayor said, your time is valuable. You have very busy schedules. It's not every governing body that comes together and makes that commitment of time. So I commend you for doing that and coming together today. I would also suggest to you that the discussions you're having today are some of the most important discussions that a governing body can have. First of all, on the agenda, we're going to talk a little bit about governance. What is governance? What does it look like to you? How do you work together to move your community forward? Next, we're going to talk about community value, right? In your vision statement, you talk about healthy neighborhoods and employment opportunities and beautification, and so we're going to continue some discussions that began the last time we were together in the fall in terms of community value and how to enhance the value of your community. Then, the most exciting part will be the kickoff for the 2016 budget. Really critical, the most important policy document that a governing body can have. And so those are kind of the 3 chunks of the agenda as we go forward this evening. And as most of you will not be surprised, I just want to remind you in terms of how we expect to handle ourselves this evening and today as we work together. In general terms, let's just commit to playing well in the sandbox together, right? Let's listen with respect. And what does that mean? That means let's make sure that we let others finish speaking, that we're attentive, and I would also put that right along with being fully present. So let's try to not be online, not be responding to texts, not checking our Google searches, and that's something I would say regardless of having a discussion earlier today. I think we're all really connected, but we want to make sure that we're using this valuable time appropriately. Participate. We want to make sure that all the voices at the table are heard. You've all heard you can't complain if you don't voice your opinion and voice where you think we need to be going. So please be fully present and participate. And also respect your differences, but also look for opportunities to agree. So those are kind of generally the norms for our time together today. Is that the agenda that you all expected? I know that you received the agenda ahead of time, so okay, great. Anything else, Doug, that you'd like to add before we jump in?
I don't think so, Patty. I'm excited to get after it.
Great.
Well, I just say last year when we kind of went through and did the strategic planning, particularly went to the budget side, was the day you appointed me. So I'm anxious to get back to it.
This seems easier, right?
Well, I will say that was like March 8th last year. So now that we're in May, which we had to wait till we went through the elections and had new commissioners seated, so it's a little later in the process. So I am anxious to get to that part of the agenda later today.
That is right. I will love that I will always be able to tell Doug that I was the first one to be able to publicly congratulate him on being appointed county administrator. So with that, we're going to turn to your homework. And I think that you received your agenda and kind of the homework about a week in advance this time. There was some reading materials for you to help kind of prepare you for the discussions that we're going to have. And I'm just going to kick this off just a little bit and ask you, as you consider your work together, we wanted each of you to take 5 to 7 minutes and talk about governing. So what does good governance look like to you? When you think about the relationship that are among the people that you govern with, what kind of relationship do you want to have? And what's important, we've all been on the winning side of decisions, we've been on the losing side of decisions. What's important when you're on either side of those decisions to remember? Also, it's really important, we're all in this together, right? Staff and the governing body working together to achieve common goals. So what kind of relationship do you want to have with Mr. Bach and the administration? And then lastly, what do you want this governing body to be known for? So with that, I'd like to open it up and ask someone to volunteer to go first. Angela, great, thank you.
Everybody's shocked that I volunteered to go first, I can tell. No, I don't know if I'll take 5 to 7 minutes, but I think I can cover it all in less than that. So when it comes to good governance and working together, what I really hope is that my fellow commissioners will be respectful of me and that I'll be respectful of them, that when they have a concern or an issue, they'll communicate that to me so that I know what's going on in their head instead of something coming out of the blue, that then when they have questions about something going on in my district, that they'll ask them and I will do the same. When it comes to who wins or who loses on a vote, I think regardless of which side you're on, in the end, we just have to remember that once we have a decision, we're stuck with that decision, and we've got to move forward together. It doesn't do anybody any good after the fact to say, well, I told you so, I knew that was going to go bad. I mean, once we've got a decision, we have to work together to move forward with however it came out, even if you're thinking that in the back of your mind. With county administration, I just look for them to help me move forward my goals, and I think that they're working hard on that for me. I hope this governing body will be known for problem solving and moving things forward.
Thank you for volunteering. It didn't surprise me either that you volunteered to do that, Angela, so I appreciate it.
Just get it over with.
Just get it over with. And as we kind of ask everybody to speak to those issues, I would like for you to all to be considering kind of where are those common themes. I mean, hopefully there will be common themes in terms of how you want to work together and the relationships you want to build. We'll also see if there's anything that stands out as something that is kind of an outlier or a little maybe off the beaten path. So thank you, Commissioner Markley. Who's next?
what does good governance look like? Responsive, innovative, cooperative. And I think it's important that we govern for conditions that exist today, not conditions that we think may have existed 20 years ago or we hope exist at some point in the future. We really need to focus on the governance that is required by our folks today. The type of relationship I would like, cordial, supportive, and constructive meaning critical, perhaps. I certainly don't think I have all the answers all the time. It's possible. So I have no problem with constructive comments from any commissioner. I don't think we have big issues with being on the prevailing and the non-prevailing side personally. I only remember a couple contentious votes that we've even had in the first 2 years. I think this commission has gotten along very well and has come to consensus far more often than not. So I don't see those issues being terribly important. The type of relationship that I want to have with the county administrator, open, responsive, in both directions, and I think it has been, and I hope it will be that way in the future. And what do we hope the governing body will be known for? Progress, particularly in two things, housing and continued commercial development in the county. And I'll put aside world peace for now, but but if we could be known for making great strides and at least setting some parameters and some benchmarks down that will lead future commissions on those two things, I think the county would be well served. Thanks.
I guess one thing I didn't mention when we talked about the norms, it was being realistic. So maybe world peace doesn't come under under being realistic. Thank you, Commissioner Walters.
For me, governance is order, getting things done in a structured environment with reasonably prompt speed. I think I will say for myself, too many decisions drag out too long. Too much debate, too much study. Collectively, we have a very bright group of people here, I would think, perhaps excluding me, of course, but people want decisions, and I don't always think we need some third party to tell us what the answer is. I see that often as a way to delay or postpone the inevitable of having to make a decision financially. You know, I agree with Mr. Walters that, Commissioner Walters, that, you know, most of the decisions have been, you make a decision, you win, you lose, you move on. And there hasn't been any, you know, griping and complaining afterwards. Most of our decisions have not been, in my mind, politically factionalized. You might think otherwise if you were to listen to some people, but you know, there are occasionally, rarely, a decision that is purely political. But
So in general terms, everyone understands that they have a voice at the table, they participate, and then support the decisions going forward.
no one has been prevented from speaking their piece, and while we certainly may not be happy with the outcome, I know I haven't been on occasion. You know, I haven't lost any sleep over it, and we've moved on because there's more issues to address. Again, I agree. It doesn't matter whether you're in there hasn't been any sense of winning or losing that I have sensed from people. You know, you're pretty clear where everybody stands on a subject, and it's either up or down. County Administrator's Office, you know, you want access, you want information, you want exchange of information. I want to know what's going on. I don't want to hear about it on the street before I hear about it from Mr. Bach or one of his people. That doesn't happen very often, but it does on occasion. The news gets ahead of the information exchange. To me, if, you know, having been around government for a long time, you know, there's so many things that we ought to be known for, but what we ought to be able, what I would like it to be known for is that we created financial stability. I'm thinking in terms of, you know, we joke amongst ourselves that we've got all this new money coming in 17, and really we don't have all this new money. What we ought to be doing is taking that money and putting it all in our reserve and not trying to worry about you know, some new project or something we haven't funded. The first thing in our priority list should be to have an adequate financial reserve, because not having that is costing us more money every day. Since we're a debt financed, we don't pay as we go, we debt finance everything. So I'd like to have the sense that we've put our financial house in order before we get into the boutique projects and the things that, you know, I mean, I've got the whole 17 million spent. If they would tell me it's yours, go out and what project
Exactly.
you want. So
I'm sure everyone in
the
this room does, yeah.
But the reality is, I think if we don't have financial stability, that money is going to get squandered. We need a basis. We need to know we've got the reserve. Okay.
So we'll look forward to that point being raised again, I think perhaps later on in the evening as we talk about those priorities and looking ahead in terms of our financial status.
I'll go ahead.
Commissioner Johnson?
I do agree with what Commissioner Walker is saying about our financial stability, and I want to just move forward by saying that initially as well. But as a new commissioner, I like to see mutual respect amongst the commissioners in terms of the sharing of resources, the sharing of ideas, the sharing of best practices. I like to see a spirit of collaboration around those very same things, and not only collaboration internally amongst the different commissioners, the different districts, but outside of City Hall with the constituents in terms of neighborhood leaders and those other organizations and persons that are in our communities that have a vested interest in seeing our community move forward. I want to hope to make sure that we are being as strategic as possible, and we're putting together this plan. And what I mean by that is that we stick by the plan, so that a year from now we don't diverge, you know, based on some other new idea or strategy that's come up. I think we need to be consistent with what is stated and stick with it. And it might be a bit utopian to consider, but you know, an idea of a one Wyandotte County philosophy, so that what's good for one is good for all throughout the county, whether it be from the east, the west, the north, or the south. In terms of and let that, you know, kind of ingratiate into our decision-making process, our policy-making processes, our appropriation of funds processes, so that we're mindful of that we are one county. We are, in fact, a unified government, and be sensitive to the idea that there are communities that are not always heard, and that we are mindful that as we are governing and making these decisions, that we are being mindful of those communities that may not always be at the table and don't have those opportunities to be at the table, that we are being mindful of their condition as well. And then with the county administration, I see them as a partner. I see Doug and his staff and all of those that fall under his leadership as our partners, that we will work together to seek to figure out the most effective ways. And again, these things are top level.
Sure.
When you get into the day-to-day grind, I know that they're much more difficult. But as an overall philosophy, that we can try to find out the most effective ways of moving our county forward. And finally, I just want to say, I would hope that we would be visionary, that we would be always looking forward in terms of what we can become with a healthy appreciation for where we've been, our history, what the struggles that we've gone through that have brought us to this point, but always looking forward in terms of how we can make our community the best place to live for all of our communities.
So the One Wyandotte County would be the overarching theme in which you place all your decision making, right? How do you? Pardon me?
You heard well.
I heard well. Okay, good. Okay.
Get the pain over with here. All right. What does good governance look like? Well, I think I've experienced a lot of good governance since I've joined the crew here, and being involved with all of the administration along with this. Overall, I have very few complaints in that area. What I see is that we are present with creating goals and that we're trying to stick to them. And I think that's a major change in what I've seen in the past. From the outside, of course, that would be from the outside. What type of relationship with my colleagues? Just factual and respectful of each other. Just the facts, please. You know, that's the easiest way to keep from getting too invested in the emotions that fall around these things. And it's very easy to do. So things that on prevailing decisions, whether you're on the inside or the outside, so to speak, on your majority or the minority, those decisions have been made. The majority has spoken, and so you just get on with the program. Doesn't do any good to live in the muck. Relationship to hope to have with the community administration. Well, I feel like I already have that relationship, but I feel it should be respectful, constructive, and open. And that's how I feel about it, Administrator Buck. And I have no complaints because that's exactly what I have had so far.
Okay.
And so I'm very happy with that. What we want to be known for as a governing body, to be progressive and open to new innovative ideas that sets us up for a bright, considered future with financial stability.
Did you already have that written down, or did you listen
Yes,
to everybody first?
I'll say it again. It's basically to be progressive. I had to write it all down because otherwise I'd forgotten part of it. Progressive and open to new innovative ideas that sets us up for a bright, considered future with financial stability.
Because I really think that encapsulates so much of what everybody else has already spoken.
That's why I waited. Thank you, everybody.
So no one else has to go then, right?
No, everybody has to go.
Okay. Commissioner McKiernan, was that a volunteering?
That'll teach me to even come close to raising my hand, won't it?
It looked like it went up, so.
The nice thing about going last is that you can simply look around the table and say what everybody else said. I agree. Just a couple of things that come to mind as I look at this bulleted list. The first thing that has struck me about everybody who's at this table and in this room is that everybody here is very passionate about creating the absolute best community for everyone in Wyandotte County, Kansas City, Kansas, Bonner Springs, Edwardsville. Everybody here is very passionate and very dedicated and puts in a lot of work, and that I very much appreciate, all of that work. The one thing I will add about relationships, though, is that I think it's incumbent on us that we remember it's not only okay, it's important that we agree to disagree. That it is through, and I'm going to pick on Commissioner Murguia just for a second, because she and I have had a couple of passionate discussions. Only two, that's right. But we both, through the process of that discussion, with respect for one another, have worked through issues, have thrown out ideas, have brought up new ideas, have transformed them a little bit, and at the end of that discussion, we really have something that is positive and powerful for moving forward. And if we had refrained from engaging in that particular passionate discussion,
Yes.
we'd have never gotten to that new place. So I think it's important that with respect for everybody, we agree, we're human. There's going to be times we don't have the same information or we don't see eye to eye, and we can work through that together. And I think we'll be more powerful when we do that. And beyond that, I think the visions that have been cast for the city and county so far are powerful visions, and I will endorse them.
Okay. So nothing new to add to any of, you don't want me to make you go down and answer each of the questions? Nothing new to add? No, okay.
I'll go next.
Mayor Holland?
I think good governance looks like really policy level decisions of, I think our job is the 20 and 30,000 foot view of what we want to see happen overall in the community, and then shaping specific strategies and funding specific strategies to make it happen. I think the budget at the end of the day is our priority list. And so where we assign resources is what we value. If we don't assign resources to something, then we're not valuing it. And so I think leveraging that budgeting opportunity to really take the dialogue that we have and put it into action on the ground is important. I know sometimes we have an area that's not funded, that nothing's happening in, and that's very frustrating to me. And so trying to find the resources to fund all of our values is important. So that's what I think. I think the relationship with the different commissioners and the colleagues, I think the open communication, it's important to me that if someone has an issue, they call me. And I do the same to get to you and let you know if there's a thought. I'm reminded of the message that the principal gave us as an incoming kindergarten parents when we were first having our first kindergartner go off to school. And of course, we were in the crying parent section. Now later on, we were in the cheering parent section. You know, but you got to work your way across the room. But the principal, when we were first dropping off our first kindergartner, the principal said, "I promise you this. I'll make you this deal," I guess she said. She said, "I'll make you all the parents this deal. I won't believe everything that your kids say about you if you won't believe everything your kids say about me." And I thought, that's pretty good advice from a kindergarten principal, isn't it? And I think there's a lot of noise at the elected level that we all experience day in and day out. We hear a lot of stuff. And I think that communication is pretty important to sort out together what's noise and what's not. Because sometimes important policy pieces come up through the grassroots, and we need to be tuned into those. And sometimes we just get noise, and we need to filter that out. So
Would
I think
that be giving the benefit of the doubt, perhaps?
yeah, absolutely. Giving the benefit of the doubt and checking things out and kind of getting that feedback and information. And it comes to the next piece, because there are going to be issues we agree and disagree on all kinds of issues. And I think one thing is important. Most of our votes, there's broad consensus on. I'd say 90%, 95% of our votes are either unanimous or close to unanimous. I would say when someone feels strongly that they need to stand outside of the consensus, I think they need to be empowered to do that and encouraged to do that. If they feel strongly about something and they say, "I just can't support it for whatever reason," we need to value that decision on their part. And
Your Honor, may I interrupt and ask
Yeah.
you a question related to that? Do you mean during the decision-making process?
I do. I mean, I
And-
think there's a time when people stand out. Yes, I do,
Yes.
during the decision-making process. Now, after it's decided, it is what it is. I mean, I would say once a decision is made, and we've all been on that side of having voted, felt passionately about something, voted on something, and not been on the winning side. At the end of the day, we've got 5 more agenda items. We've got 10 more months of work. We've got all kinds of things to do, and I think we need to move on. But I do think we need to encourage people to speak their mind. It is helpful to me when people speak their mind and share why they disagree with something, because I think that's valuable.
So I just wanted to clarify, if maybe everybody else understood that, but so absolutely, when we're together and we're making a decision, everybody's got to speak to those issues, but support it, don't undermine it after that decision is made.
Absolutely, absolutely. Relationship with the county administrator, similar to the relationship with the colleagues. I think being able to have that open line of communication, quick call. We've had, we make cell phone calls all the time. Hear something? Any validity to this? No? Okay, thanks. But I think that communication is critical. And the weekly updates, I think, are important. I think that just keeping us in the loop. I like I'd say in the last 2 years, we've had a lot more aggressive use of the phone call update system. I'd rather get a phone call on something that's not important to me than not get a phone call on something that is. And so I think erring on the side of that information and good feedback from this body in terms of the kinds of phone calls we want. And I think that feedback's been positive, and I think that's working. So that's important. What do I want this governing body to be known for? I think it's been said, but I want it to be progressive and thoughtful and innovative. I know when you think back to the unification of this government, that governing body was given a lot of credit for really turning the city around and getting it moving in the right direction. And we all benefit from the decisions that were made 20 years ago by that governing body. I think we have the opportunity to make some pivotal decisions, not only in development out west, but development throughout our city. And I'd like this commission to be known as the one that turns the corner on a lot of issues that have dogged this community for a long time. And that could be very exciting.
Thank you. I think we have 4 more folks. Commissioner Bynum?
I think good governance is open and honest. Communication is so critical, not only at this level, but all levels of being alive on the planet. I think we need to remember that communication is a two-way street. You must have a sender and a receiver, or you're not communicating. And I think that's going to be very important to the work that we do together. As far as the relationship that I'd like to have with both the colleagues on the commission and the county administrator, for me being new, patience would be at the top of the list because I'm fully aware 3 weeks in that I'm on a pretty steep learning curve. It's work I'm willing to do, but it is going to require a measure of patience from everyone that's involved. I'm perfectly fine with winning and losing because I think that's what life is. We win and we lose and we move on. And I think that's how we create progress in our community. I'm excited about what the governing body might be known for. I've seen a lot of innovative things come out of this unified government and this commission. It's been very exciting. I guess my only wish for us going forward is that we don't forget that within our community we still have many, many people who are hurting and suffering. And I certainly hope we don't forget that. Thanks.
Thank you. That echoes a little bit from Commissioner Johnson in terms of making sure that all the voices within the community are heard and considered in that decision-making process. Yeah. Commissioners Townsend and Kane and Murguia. Yes.
Okay, thank you. And what Commissioner McKiernan said is true. The later you are in the process, you can say, that's right, me too. But I do have a few.
And I'd like to just say, Commissioner Townsend, that I'm not going to allow Commissioner Kane to get off just by saying that. Okay. So even if he goes last, okay, I'll press him. He knows it.
Okay. What does good governance look like to you in reviewing some of the articles that you directed us to and agreeing with what's already been said here about respect, action? I would add the word balance because it is a balance between what each of us as elected officials bring in giving voice to about the 19,000 people roughly that each of us represent, and then working with staff who are experts at what they do, and us as elected officials looking at the overview and making the policy and watching the budget, those were the two things that I campaigned on, and I hope I've kept up that end of the bargain. Policy and watching the money. Because we have people here who are experts at what they do and how to achieve that. So in the 2 years that I've been here, I've seen that mesh well, and hope that will continue. What type of relationship do you hope to have with your colleagues? I'll talk about the type of relationship I've had in the last 2 years with my colleagues, and that began with those who reached out by phone calls from mayors. You know, it was like stunning. And those that didn't have reached out after I came here, and I tried to echo that with the new ones because it was done for me. And that sets the stage for what's to come. And I think it's been very, very good, a very good relationship, personally speaking. You learn that each person brings something unique and special. You may from time to time disagree with the position, but it opens your mind, hopefully it's opened mine, to another point of view, whether you agree with it or not. So I'll segue into, I won't term it wins or losses, I'll say majority or the minority, but in each circumstance where there's been less than a unanimous vote, and in 2 years that has been rare. And it really irritates me when I've heard people say, oh, they can't get along, or where are you reading? One of the best things that this commission and administration did 2 years ago, our first budget, was to make sessions like this really available to the public by putting them on television and on YouTube, so you can see, there is a record that you can see. So let's speak from knowledge, as Commissioner Philbrook mentioned, and not from what you're hearing or passing on. And when we have disagreed, whether it's been in the minority or the majority, with a vote, each of us has an equal vote and have had an opportunity to say what we believed. We voted and then moved on. It has not been my observation that anybody's been taken to the woodshed later, or a chip was withheld from them later because they felt differently. And I hope that continues. What type of relationship do you hope to have with the county administrator? Well, again, I'll talk about what has been my experience, and I will broaden that to the mayor's office as well. And my experience has been that it's been open door, open cell phone policy. I have seen a shift early on, or an emphasis, let me put it that way, from the mayor's office and the administrator's office, that we will be informed about things. And I hope that continues. That's very important. And what do you hope this governing body will be known for? Addressing problems, bringing them to conclusion. So hopefully the things that were big let's do's when I came in 2 years ago at the 4-year mark will be done's, or well on the way to being done. And as the mayor said, being able to turn the corner on problems that have persisted or we've been hearing about. I hate that. Let's work it to ground.
So set those goals, work the plan, and get it accomplished. Okay, great. Commissioner Murguia?
So what does good governance look like to you? I'd say Commissioner Walters and Mark Lee had a great one-word list of words that I'd just say I echo those: innovative, progressive, respectful. I think that's what makes up good governance. What type of relationship do you hope to have with your colleagues on the commission? I'd like to continue a relationship with our new colleagues like I have with the current colleagues, the ones that I've been serving with for the last 2 years. It's been very good, and I think, as Commissioner McKiernan has said, very productive and candid, and I think it's been very positive, and I hope that continues. What is important to remember when your position is not the prevailing decision. So people that know me says my passion bubbles close to the surface. So I don't always like it when things don't go my way, but I will tell you this. I refuse to take things personally in politics. I would encourage no one to do that because it's not personal. And the one thing I always remember is from Commissioner Walker's Facebook page. He has a quote, I don't even know who said it, but it says, remember, everyone is always going through something. And so I thought it, it stuck in my head for a long time. And really, I might be upset at the time, but I usually resolve it shortly thereafter and move on. And I really don't take decisions personal. Really, those reactions, if anything, are just disappointment for something I feel very passionate about. So I would encourage all of you to not take it personal because, at least from my end, my vote in all the 8 years I've been here has not been personal. What is important to remember, when your position is, I turn them around. When it is prevailing, I think it's important to remember to be also a good winner. I mean, when you win, you need to be sensitive and respectful of people when they don't, obviously. What type of relationship do you hope to have with the county administrator? So this, I sort of have an analogy. I think I have a great relationship with our administrator, Doug Bach, and the rest of his staff also. Some are newer that I haven't developed much of a relationship with yet, but it seems to be going well so far. But as an administrative role, this is sort of how I view it. I sort of, in this weird way, view us sort of as a basketball team. And we all play, this is just my analysis, and we all play a different position. We all represent a different district, and we all have a different style in the way we get things done or get things accomplished for our district. And I really do view administration as our coach. When we want to get something done, if Brian wants something done with housing or Markley wants something done with housing, she can go to Doug and say, okay, this is our great idea, but in reality, how do we really make this happen? And that's how I view administration, is really coaching us along in our vision for our district or for our position. To go back to what Commissioner Johnson said about so that all of Wyandotte County can be the winning team. It's not just one person. Some areas may get more attention than others at times, but in the end, we all are the winner. And what do we hope the governing body will be known for? I mean, for me, it's just one word. It's progress, whether that be in financial stability or housing and commercial development.
The one thing that I heard that was a little bit different than other folks mentioned, I think it was implied with other folks, but Commissioner Murguia said, I don't take things personally. The flip side of it is perhaps don't make it personal then too when you're on the
Absolutely.
Right. So and kind of both sides of that coin as well. Okay, Commissioner Kane, did I get myself in trouble?
I don't think I can improve on their comments.
Would you like to?
You're going to make me do it anyway.
Or you could summarize if you'd like. Summarize what the comments. You don't want to do that either?
What does good governance look like? It doesn't look like Topeka. And I was there
at the
today.
State House.
Yes, I was there today, and thank God something didn't get passed that would adversely affect multiple people that work for us. And good governance is making decisions that are fair for everybody. Okay. What type of relationship do you want with your colleagues? Open, upfront, and blunt works for me.
Really?
Yeah. Whether you win or whether you lose a vote, I think it's important that you make the vote and you move on. Mm-hmm. And not dwell. I like what the mayor said, because it just happened with him and I. There was an issue, somebody said something, it got back to me, it was blown out of proportion, so I called the mayor and we fixed the problem. If somebody's got something, going, we need to talk about it. What type of relationship do you have with the county administration? I have an outstanding relationship with all but two of them. They know who they are. know, there's
I
nothing
won't
wrong
ask
with
you
being
to
blunt,
expound on
folks.
that.
It's the truth, and look at Doug, he knows it. You know, we're not, if you find somebody you don't get along with, and not just in this job, any job, you go to somebody else because you got to fix the problem, whatever the problem is. It doesn't matter what it is, but so you go around an individual to make it work, not that you have to insult them and that you want to.
So if I could ask, so what would you like for the relationship to be with all of them, just generally?
Consistent.
Consistent?
And
And what does
then-
that look like?
Well, just if an administration or a commissioner disagrees with you, I don't think they ought to blast you, you know, back and say, "Well, I'm," especially if you're one of the folks that works here, you know, so let me finish, and then they get all frustrated, or they make a decision, so you go tell the people, here's the decision that was made, and then come find out that that's not the decision, that they backwashed on what they agreed to, such as the right-hand turn on State Avenue.
So respectful and open?
Yeah, and just tell me what the truth is. I don't care what the truth is, I just want to know.
Okay.
But when you tell me the truth, don't go back and say, no, I changed my mind later, because it's unsafe, or it's safe, and it's not, and it wasn't, and it isn't.
Or if the decision was changed, just announce that and why?
Yeah.
The reasoning behind it, okay.
And make sure you can explain your why, because
Sure.
sometimes their whys aren't very good.
Okay.
And then, what would you hope this governing body will be known for? It's fair to our citizens as well as our employees.
Okay.
I think a lot of times, like Hal's talking about that Monday, it's a large amount of money. And I know everybody's promised that we're going to lower taxes. And, you know, we've got infrastructure that needs fixed. We've got equipment that needs to be purchased because the stuff's terrible. And then we need to increase our employees' wages. And we haven't done that.
That's also been consistent from Commissioner Kane since I've been working with all of you. So there was a lot of consistency among your comments. What were, and a lot of similar answers to the questions. So what were some of those common themes? And I'm not going to write on the flip chart because it's hard to write and hold a microphone at the same time, but we are capturing all of your answers, and so you'll have that in the summary. But, oh, sure, Gordon, that'd be great. Thank you. Okay. That's okay. It's probably more legible than mine is. So, thank you, Gordon. I appreciate it very much. So what are the consistencies, the common themes in terms of how you want to work together, how you want to work with staff?
Respectful and responsive were common themes.
Respectful and responsive. What else? I wrote down some words on my sheet. I can.
I believe being constructive and open.
Constructive and open. Okay. In that communication and also kind of giving the benefit of the doubt, not taking things personally, not approaching things personally.
Fiscally responsible.
Fiscally responsible. Okay. What else in terms of your relationships? What about what about in terms of what you hope the governing body will be known for? And there were a couple of different things in terms of how you work together, but also things that you want to accomplish. So, what were those? Innovation.
Innovation, progressiveness.
Progressiveness.
Problem solving.
Problem solving.
The financial stability in that part again.
Right, absolutely.
And then I think kind of one of the last things I heard was Commissioner Kane stating that we want to treat people with fairness.
Okay. Yeah. Fairness, did you get that? Yeah, okay, great. Oh, no, it was financial. It was another F word, so yeah, fairness. Fairness. Anything else in terms of what you want to be known for? Was there anything that somebody mentioned that any of you said, really? Aha, that's kind of not where I thought this was going?
No, not considering we know Mr. Kane. Totally predictable.
Okay. I did. I said he was consistent, so.
We enjoy his different comments. Makes you think.
And you know where you stand.
Yeah.
And you know where you stand, absolutely. Absolutely.
So is that a common theme that Commissioner Kane mentioned?
It's a common thing that we believe that Commissioner Kane expresses his viewpoint.
That's right.
Very openly.
No concerns about him being a wallflower in the decision-making process, no. Okay, well, I appreciate that, and kind of your thoughts in terms of, and thank you, Gordon, for your help, I really appreciate that. In terms of what would you would like to see as you come together on a very regular basis to make decisions about the future of your community. And so next, we're going to talk a little bit about kind of so you're talking about a little bit about the practice and what you hope your practice will be. We're going to talk a little bit about theory and some more practice, and I'm really, really pleased to have with me today Julia Novak, who's the president of the Novak Consulting Group. And she will lead this discussion, facilitate this discussion, and if I know anything about Julia, you're in for a treat, so.
Great. Oh, I'll just take this one, I guess. Hi there. Thanks for having me. I was telling someone earlier, I love a chance to come to Kansas City, Kansas, because one of my very favorite restaurants is here, and I got to have lunch there today before we came over, so it was delightful to be here. So, I am going to be...
Okay, now you got to tell us which one.
Oh! So, and I'm really good with names, but since I was just there, I think I can remember it. It's a Taqueria Camino Real. It's just down the street. So I love that place. Tacos El Pastor are fabulous. So... I'm going to do my best to stand up here and not, I tend to walk and then I'll be standing in front of the screen, so if I'm over here, bear with me. Hopefully you'll be able to see this. But what I'm going to share with you all today, and it's interesting listening to you, not having worked with y'all before, it strikes me that here's a group that works together pretty well, has a good relationship with their staff, and some people might scratch their head and say, why is this lady here talking about effective governing body relationships? I think it's great to work on relationships when things are good, because that's what gets you through when things get tough. And you all aren't in the business of easy work. So hopefully what you will find today as we walk through and talk about some of the characteristics of effective governing bodies, the things that get in the way of being successful, and how you can overcome those obstacles, hopefully you'll find this conversation fruitful. So when you think back on the history of this government, tell me about some big public policy decisions that stand out to you, that are determinative, that have brought you to where you are today. What are some examples of really major policy decisions that you all or your predecessors have made? Strip clubs. Strip clubs. Say just a little bit more. Don't leave the gal from Cincinnati hanging like that.
I just remember so clearly in the early to mid-90s when Mayor Marinovich took on the strip club issue, and she had to figure out and ask people who worked here to help her do things in a different way. And it was a big deal.
It was a big deal. Any others?
Picking who got to build the casino?
Who got to build the casino?
I would say unification
Unification.
and the decision for the racetrack.
The racetrack. That strikes me, having lived in Kansas prior to unification, prior to the racetrack. Those things strike me as being really important to shaping what this community is today. And in fact, the unification, of course, created the community, created this community. The common thread in that is that they were bold decisions. They were big decisions. They were community building decisions, and they probably weren't easy. They were fraught with challenges and conflict, and you all were able to, your predecessors were able to work through them. That's what makes the difference and makes an effective governing body, is the ability and the willingness to take those things on for future generations. So you all benefit from that. So the ability to deal with those issues and then have a productive relationship with your staff is really key. And if it was easy, everybody would do it. But the reality is that when you have to make a bold policy decision, there are values that are competing, and they make it tough to figure out what the right answer is. Your working conditions, not talking about this room, it's lovely, but your working conditions as elected officials are challenging at best. And then the people that you work with, your staff, wonderful, bright, intelligent, you've called them experts here today. I heard you say that. They speak the same, they use the same words, but sometimes they mean different things, and sometimes you wonder if you really do speak the same language. I see heads nodding. They have a different perspective, and it's not wrong, it's just different. So today I'm kind of leaning on some readings. I provided you all with the readings from John Nalbandian, as well as Jim Svara over at the University of North Carolina. I've carried around one of those articles. I think there was a handwritten note because I scanned it years and years ago because a former boss of mine, he would call me once a year and say, "Do you still have that article from Jim Svara?" Well, I still do. He's retiring this year, and I'm taking it to his retirement party. But John Nalbandian talks consistently about 4 values that are at play whenever there are big, bold decisions that need to be made: representation, efficiency, individual rights, and social equity. I heard a lot of you talking about doing the greatest good for the community, what's fair for all, what's good for all. Making those choices is hard because very often when you're doing that, you run up against individual rights in conflict with social equity. Any of those things that you expect government to do well, be efficient, look at individual rights, social equity, representation, sometimes they conflict with efficiency in particular. People always want government to be efficient. Well, that's great, but you can't be efficient and make bold decisions about your community. You have to consider individual rights. People need to be heard, and you all need to then consider what is best for the community as a whole. And sometimes that's a tough position to be in. Sometimes social equity runs right up against individual rights. Think about condemnation. My guess is you've probably had to make some tough calls about what was for the greatest good, or you will in the future. And so those are things that have to happen and things that you all have to juggle, and they frequently bounce up against this value of efficiency. Talk a little bit about your working conditions. Anybody seen your job description? You're brand new on the city county commission. Who's new? So did you get a job description? What's your job description?
That's been about 6 months.
Uphold the charter, right? Represent the people. You couldn't get a lot more vague than that, right? That's your job description. And who's the boss here? You don't have a boss, right? You are accountable to the people, elected to serve collectively, to govern together. So there's no hierarchy. The mayor, with all due respect, you have some additional responsibilities and duties. The reality is the commission and the mayor can't do anything without the other. You need each other, right? So there's no hierarchy. And then there's no specialization. So, some of you have, I'm sure all of you, have very successful lives outside of being a member of the governing body. What you do in your day job is not necessarily why you got elected. You may run the best fleet garage in all of Kansas at a car dealership, but you were not elected to join the commission and run the fleet for the organization. If you're a lawyer, you may be a great lawyer. You haven't been elected to be this body's attorney or architect or engineer or whatever. You get my drift. You may have expertise that you bring to the conversation, but no one in this room is relying on you for those opinions. You're looking to the staff. And so that's just an important thing to remember, that even though you may have expertise, this is probably not the place where you're going to get to shine, because your job is what? To represent the people and uphold the charter, make good decisions. It is not to do those things that you do that you're really good at in your daytime job. And then the other thing is a little feedback on performance evaluation. Some folks will say, I get feedback all the time. You know, they tell me in the grocery store, you know, you hear about it the next day. I saw you on TV. I saw the meeting. And you get feedback. It's not necessarily typically constructive. It's not necessarily designed to help you do a better job of governing. You have the ultimate performance evaluation at re-election time, perhaps. But the reality is you get little formal feedback on your performance. And then the really fun thing, the cherry on the whipped cream, is that you get to do it all in public. We're on TV right now. Isn't this fabulous? You get to make really tough decisions about important issues that will shape the future of this community into the future, and you get to do it all in public. And the reality is a dynamic is created when you're dealing with tough, personal, individual value decisions under a microscope. Frankly, it's a lot easier to do anything but make tough decisions about strip clubs and unification and the racetrack. Who's going to run the casino? It would be really easy to try to hide or run away from those decisions. And let's talk about, I can be really, really good at getting things done for my neighbors. I can be an excellent customer service representative. I have a little bit of power, a little bit, because I've been elected. So I have some inside track to the administration. And I can bring them my bidding, and they can help me get things done for people. And those aren't the big, important issues. They're important in a moment, but those aren't the things that are going to define the community into the future. I love this quote from John Nalbandian, where he says, properly harnessed, staff knowledge and problem-solving capability can be a tremendous help. The key phrase in all of that to me, properly harnessed. You know, there is an important relationship between the governing body and your staff, and figuring out how to translate for one another is one of the most important things that you can do. So I have this little story to tell. It's similar to the story that was in John's article. But this is a situation that happened in a community where I was the deputy city manager, and we had a senior citizen facility, living center, that was directly across the street from a grocery store. It was a fabulous location. People could walk across the street and get their groceries, live pretty independently. That was very important. It was a road that got busier as the community grew, and they eventually put a stoplight in at the intersection, and it was 2 lanes in each direction plus a turn lane. So as folks would try to get across the intersection, what was happening was the light would turn to don't walk before they were across the intersection. It wasn't long enough. So they brought this to their local council person, who brought it to the city manager in that situation. City manager calls the traffic engineer. Traffic engineer goes out, runs a test, looks at the light, comes back, says, it's perfect, right? There's nothing wrong with it. It is exactly what the manual says. And they give you a very complicated and technical response about how, sorry, whoever's the engineer in the room, forgive me. My father was an engineer, so. So, you know, they give you this response. It's in the manual, this great big thick book that they're responsible for upholding, that talks about how, given the traffic loads and the width of the street and how many cars are coming, that's exactly how long that signal needs to be. And so they call you back and they let you know that it's perfect. So how do you receive that information?
Not well.
Not well? Oh, really? Talk to me about that.
You want me to give you an example of my response?
I'd love to. You're the one who said, be blunt with me. I'll say yes, very nervously.
What you're bringing up actually happens.
Yes.
It's a perfect thing to talk about, because sometimes the real answer doesn't get us the answer that we really need.
Mm-hmm.
And that's why I get excited sometimes.
Uh-huh. And the reality is, this is where somebody was talking about not personalizing. I believe it was you here, about not taking things personally. You know, that traffic engineer is honestly giving you their best professional opinion, and you don't want anything other than that. You don't want the traffic engineer to be making those values judgments. You want them to come back and tell you what the book says. And then you all are the ones who can look at the book in the context of this community and in that location and perhaps come to a decision that's outside the manual and inside the parameters of what works in KCK Wyandotte County. Does that make sense to you?
We like that answer.
You liked it. But the reality is that those conflicts, in dealing with them with the staff, it becomes very easy to attack the traffic engineer and be critical of them because of what their information that they're giving you. But I don't think you'd want anything else. And this is where Doug's position and his deputies becomes very important, because they have to help translate both for you and also back for the traffic engineer so they can understand when the governing body makes a decision about something, why that makes sense in this context. So they can give that context. So it doesn't matter who's right. The important thing is we just need a little bit of language to work through those values to conversations. So it's certain things that you can do to help. Yes, please.
You skipped quickly over the slide where 2 + 2 does not equal 4. That actually,
right.
Yeah, that slide.
That slide.
I just want to make sure your message that I heard is, it's our policy job to hear the feedback and make the right decision still, even if it's outside the manual.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
Great
That's all.
point.
I just wanted to make sure we didn't skip that important slide. I didn't want to leave the impression
Sometimes
that
I just feel like I step in things.
we're just at the mercy of the traffic engineers, which some days we are and some days we're not.
Yeah, sometimes you can make a better decision.
Yeah.
And it's not something you don't want to be determining the timing on every light, right? We're going to talk about kind of how that line moves in a little bit.
Right.
You don't want to be making those decisions on everything. It's when there's specific context that makes it different. This is outside the manual. The manual talks about widths of streets and traffic flows. It doesn't talk about how old the people are trying to get across the road.
Well, it is their job. That's what we pay them for, to just give us the facts. And then it comes to us to have that conversation, as you say, to let them know that, okay, so those are the basic facts, but nothing in those facts say that we can't change it. There's nothing preventing us from making change.
Right. You all, your job is conflict, compromise, and change. That's your job.
Oh, yes, ma'am. Conflict, compromise, and change.
And the art of it is to do all of that civilly, without it getting out of control, without personalizing it, to keep it professional.
Does change have two L's?
You have 2 L's.
Let's see. So this slide, I see there's a little line that isn't showing up, but I think it shows up in your written thing. I can maybe kind of cuts kind of like this in a little jagged way down the line, and up at the top is at the bottom you see it says manager sphere, and at the top it would say the governing body. And on the left-hand side and the right-hand side, it kind of makes the distinction between what the roles are of the governing body and your staff. What's important is that it is not a line that cuts across the middle this way, and it's not a line that cuts up down the middle that way. There's a different place for you all to enter and exit conversations. And so you absolutely want your administration to be making recommendations on policy. That is what you pay them for. That is what the expertise that you are asking them to provide you. It is ultimately your decision and your right to decide whether or not to take that recommendation or go a different direction. Some folks really want options. Some people don't like options, and that's something you all can navigate together. But you always want a recommendation. And so there's a little bit of dabbling in policy from the administration. They're going to make recommendations about policy. They don't get to decide them. That is left for you. When it comes to administration, implementation becomes about practice and procedures, and sometimes we call them operating policies, operationalizing your policy decisions. That is absolutely the sphere of the administration. But there are going to be times where you step a little bit in that as well. And I like to use the example of ordering a cup of coffee. If you say you want a cup of coffee, and I bring you a cup of black coffee, please don't get mad at me if you prefer it with cream and sugar. If you want cream and sugar, then you should say you want cream and sugar in the coffee. So there are times where any coffee is fine, but there are times when you want cream and sugar. And so thinking about implementation decisions, site selection is one area where you all are going to get involved in. There's policy implications to that, and it's to a little, you decide you're going to build a community center. That's a big policy decision. You fund that. You put your money where your mouth is. Then you're going to decide where in the community it's going to be. And there are going to be things that you're going to get involved in. Overseeing the administration is also your responsibility. It kind of falls down into management and looking at the evaluation for your county administrator. But if you think about it, overseeing the administration is actually an administrative task. It's one of the harder things for governing bodies to do, frankly, is to evaluate their staff, just because it's not the kind of relationship that you have on a day-to-day basis, but it's a really important conversation to have and to give some feedback on. And then on the right-hand side, you'll see as that line, again, on your paper, I think you all see it much more clearly, but it kind of cuts down like this. The administration, you give them the budget, you give them the FTE count, and they go and do the job and decide how it should be done. But you do not want to be picking out the paint colors, right? Maybe you did.
I kind of did in here.
Okay. You did a great job
I
there.
didn't pick them, but I wanted to.
So a couple other slides. Oh, look, it was designed for me to do that. I didn't even know it. Good job. There's that line. Any questions about this? It's a little bit of a dance. It's not black or white. It's not this or that. It's a messy line. It's not straight. You're going to wander into each other's yards. And sometimes you're going to have to say, you've stepped too far. And that goes both ways. Yeah. Okay. This is just a little quote, essentially talking about how when you garner the resources and you all, as you formulate your policy direction to the administration, you can establish control without over-controlling or meddling by saying in your policy directive exactly what you expect to have done. And how far into that you need to go as a body is something that will be different on different decisions. For some, it's simple. Bring me a cup of coffee, any kind of cup of coffee will do. Sometimes you're going to want it in fine china, some cream and sugar, okay? There isn't one size fits all. This is another little chart that talks about roles, and what I like about this one, it kind of divides things up between what and how, and that's a great way, it's a simple way of thinking about your job and the staff's job. Y'all's job is to decide what to do. Big picture, set the policies, set the budget, decide what businesses you're going to be in, perhaps provide some policy direction, and then it's up to Doug to implement that and to decide how they're going to do each of those businesses that you've decided that you are in as a unified government. Questions about this?
It's not so much a question, it's just more of a clarification that, it's more about, it seems to be about balance in terms of how top level do we remain, and then contrasting that against how deep now down in the roots do we get, so that we understand what the systemic issues really are. So, trying to find that delicate balance is what I'm kind of interpreting what you're saying.
I think that's a great interpretation. Someone had the word balance was one of their words this morning or this afternoon when you started. Was that yours? Yeah. And I think that is a great word. It is a balancing act, and so it's dance, it's art. It's not hard and fast. It's you got to figure it out, and it's a little bit different on any given topic. And that which makes your job really fun is also which makes it really hard. Mayor?
No, I think that's absolutely right. I think there is a level of big picture policy and getting that feedback, because, and I just had a conversation with the commissioner earlier today where we have a policy issue, we have an outcome that we want to see, and it's not happening, and needing that two-way feedback, because often, and I think Mr. Bach does a good job of this, But once we have an idea of, we want this done, and I'll give you an easy example. The easiest example is cutting weeds. It's a simple problem, right? There's weeds, they have to be cut. The more money you throw at it, it's one of those few things. You throw enough money at it, you can cut all the weeds in the world. I wish all of our problems were as simple as weed cutting. We just don't have the money to cut them all the time. But there are times when with the issues, the things that we want to see done are more complicated. And as that message gets down into the organization, it may run into a personnel issue that Mr. Bach has to fix. It may run into a capacity issue that may come back up to us to have that feedback to say, okay, we know, and that's, the weeds is a good example. We want more weeds cut. Mr. Bach says, we can cut more weeds. We can hire more people. We can buy more equipment. We need more money from you all who set the policy and the budget so that we can accomplish that task. And here's the balance of all the different things we're trying to balance. And that two-way communication as we issue policy, when it's happening, well, we're excited about it. When it's not happening, we need to know, is it because of administrative changes that can be made, that can be handled internally, that Mr. Bach can do, or is it a capacity issue that has to bounce back to us? And that two-way communication piece is pretty important to get the feedback from Mr. Bach to say, we can do that, but here's what it's going to take, or here's what I think it's going to take. We might have other ideas about what it's going to take, but I think that's part of that balance and that dance of getting the feedback. Here's what we want, and Mr. Bach saying, well, very seldom does he say, oh, well, we happen to have all the resources sitting around to do exactly what you want. In fact, I was just waiting for someone to ask me, right? Most often, it's, yes, I want to do that too. Where do we balance over here so we can get that done? And that too, so that we can help, because we can set all the policies in the world. We want 100% of this, 100% of this, 100% of this, 100% of this. And he comes back and says, well, you can get 25% of each, and setting that policy. So anyway, I think it is an important balance. And that dialogue, that back and forth, I think is really critical.
I also think exactly what the mayor's saying, that in addition to that, it requires some patience on behalf of both sides, I think. Because though I think Administrator Bach is really good at what he does, he's not perfect. And so there are going to be things that come up that maybe we could have cut more weeds with the same amount of money with an idea one of us might come up with.
Absolutely.
And
Absolutely.
so I think that's where patience is, that he's not just the weed manager. He's managing a bunch of different departments. And the only reason I belabored is because just this week I called him and said, why is this happening? And I have to tell you, for me, I love the response. He goes, I don't know. I mean, it's a great response. He really doesn't know. You can't get any more genuine than that. And so at least I know that he's admitting. This first part is admitting, I really don't know. And then we're going to go figure it out. And we're going to figure out what's going on. So just for the new people to understand that sometimes the idea does come from us. And it's not because he's not good at what he does. It's that he's doing a whole lot of stuff.
Absolutely. Yes, sir.
I think the problem for the commissioners becomes, in my view, when we are concerned about a particular job getting done, weeds, okay, or crime work, or the standard answer from staff, having been staff, is, I don't have enough people to do it. And I don't think we always believe they don't have enough staff to do it. We've got more, and I'm not picking on police or fire, but we got more police and fire now than we ever had back when I started here in '79. And is the population that dynamically different? Maybe the world is that dynamically different? Sometimes I think the issue becomes the factual one of supporting that our people are working 8 hours a day riding, say, weeds. That's where you cross that divide, and you're no longer just making policy, but you're wanting to be involved in determining whether the people who are really doing their job, because on the 9th floor, you can't see the world.
That's overseeing the administration, yeah.
You know, you want to be more involved in below the line, because it's not always the answer that because we pass an ordinance that requires somebody to do something else, that they're always going to need more people to do it. Sometimes it's just a matter of making the people you have do the job. And I think there are some of us that believe that there are areas where we don't get the full measure out of the day. I'm just saying, nothing in particular, and I don't have any facts to back up, but not every new requirement on a department requires more people. It's just simply not true. And with that, I'll... That was it.
That was the end of that. That's all I have to say about that. Well, that was definitely not a question. So other comments? One of the little concepts that I play with sometimes when I'm with the governing body is I take you back to Maslow and his hierarchy of needs. And in our work, we work with communities that are making tough choices between whether they have a fire department or a police department in kind of old steel towns in Pennsylvania. And we work with some communities that have more money and don't know how to spend it all. Sadly, that's not you.
We want to
I know.
be that
I know.
company. How do we run for that
I'll tell you
election?
when the TVs are off who they are. Exactly. Next time. I'll tell them that. But if you think about the hierarchy, you all are in the business of making sure people have water and that there's, good public health, and so those things are taken care of. Public safety, that's really easy. When you get into this idea of a belonging and esteem, this is where those tough decisions are. It's not about these things. You're going to do that. You have to. That's the basics. But as this community progresses and as you take it to where you want it to be, you're talking about making decisions of belonging, unification. We all belong to one community. I heard you talk about this is, decisions that are good for all of us. And esteem, kind of the recognition that you all want to have in the metro area and in the state of Kansas for who you are as a community and what you have accomplished. Whether that's awards or recognition, it's not then about what you do, which is all this stuff, but it becomes about how you do it. But this is where things get thorny and things get much more complicated. So as you're wrestling with these issues, just know that it is part of your all's job to be constantly raising the bar and taking this community on a journey through this hierarchy and onwards towards self-actualization. So that's the top of, it's Maslow's hierarchy.
I took that test 25 years ago.
It's one of those things that I think you can apply it to a lot of different things, but when I see it in local government, it really is about the governing body taking it on a journey towards self-actualization. Something that's never achieved, right? But just a journey that you're on. Any other questions or comments?
A question or comment, and I'm not sure if it belongs where we are, so it might be a parking lot item.
Go for it.
I feel like the road we've been on now for quite some time as a community, and I think the governing body's been there too, is taking it up a notch. I feel like, in terms of our own self-esteem, we can be and should be better than this, if you will. And I think that's been a lot of the work that the governing body's been doing. I'd like to see that embraced more by our own community? And how can we bring them along on the journey that I think this governing body's been on for quite some time? And that's with regard to everything from code enforcement to economic development. But to me, in my mind, it's just bringing it up a level. Not trying to be somebody else. I want to be Wyandotte County.
Yeah.
So I just throw that out there, and I'm not sure if it belongs in this portion or not.
No, I think that's a good point, because I use this hierarchy all the time, actually, amazingly. I tell you sometime about all
You have
the
a small
ways that I
child
use
at
it.
home.
No, but I think
It's
it's
right there at the
important.
bottom.
When we think about, too, the differences between our districts sometimes, I think it comes into play because there are people in our districts that are at very different places on this pyramid. So you have people in your district, each one of us, that are at the very bottom of this pyramid, barely surviving, and their needs and their wants and what they want from this governing body are very different from somebody who's almost to the top of the pyramid, who makes a lot of money and has a great family and a beautiful house and white picket fence. They're in a very different place, and so I think that sort of goes back in some ways to what Commissioner Bynum is talking about, this idea that we're not all in the same place and where we feel like our esteem is and where we feel like we're falling on this pyramid, and we are trying to find a way to bring people along so that they can see there is a reason to have better self-esteem, and you do belong to a community, even if maybe you're not quite to that point in terms of your income. And I think we're sort of trying to drag people along there with us, because some people, I think, have the income, they're meeting the basic needs, and they still haven't come along with us to that next step up in the pyramid to say, now I belong to this great community as well.
And I certainly agree with everything you've said. I feel like it's a way bigger issue than an income level. But otherwise, yes, I agree.
Anybody else? Yes.
I didn't want to interrupt you while you were talking about this earlier, and I can't remember what this relates to in terms of your topic at the time. But I was thinking about the comment that we, as the elected officials, are not elected because of what we may do in our individual. I don't know that I agree with that. And I think, and I have observed, that we only become shells of some political creature if each of us don't come in the door and incorporate what we do in our day-to-day. That makes us better able to understand what the experts here are saying and layer on what our constituents want. So, as someone who works in the legal field, no, I'm not going to come in and upend counsel here. We've got counsel. But
Right.
I do not do my constituents any service by not bringing in whatever expertise I have in that area or accounting or whatever to ask those questions that my constituents don't get a chance to ask at the table. So as I said earlier, it's been my observation that each member of the commission and the mayor that I've worked with bring a particular level of expertise, and I hope they continue to. Because I can call, if I have a labor issue, I can call Brother Kane. I have other people on here who are co-counsel, or, you know, I look at Commissioner McGee and I'm amazed and have learned a lot from her approach to development and want to bring that more to First District. So we are only shells of who we really are if we don't bring everything that we have, so.
I would agree with you, and I think that's an and kind of a conversation. So it wouldn't do anybody a service to leave what you know at the door. You all bring a lens to the conversation, and so bring that, ask those questions, and remember, you're not the council. And that's exactly the point. I think you totally nailed it.
You know, in the Svara article, one thing that struck me, and it's a very interesting article that talks about all of this, but in this Table 1, council involvement in governmental activities, the number 2 ranked area was handling complaints from citizens.
Yep.
And it makes me wonder, is that truly the role, Or should there be a system where citizen complaints can bypass any one of us who are more likely to come and go than staff who are more stable over time? And just, it was a very interesting way to look at that and to think, because that's what I do a lot of.
Yeah.
What should I?
It's a great question, and to a certain degree, I think it's a little bit of a rhetorical question, because when your residents and constituents come to you, you absolutely want to be responsive to their needs. That's one of the joys of being an elected official, is helping people solve problems. Your government should absolutely be set up, and feel pretty confident that it is, to get people the service that they need and deserve without having to ask for interference or a champion from a member of the governing body. So it kind of gets at, I think people do spend a lot of time on it because folks at home think, hey, you're a council member, you can help me out. So they're going to go to you because they know you. But when in the Nalbandian articles, I think, he talks about that as a trade-off and kind of a default, that sometimes we go to that, we get really good at constituent relations because we can do that, we can be effective at it. We do have an inside line, and we use that sometimes to avoid engaging in much more thoughtful and difficult conversations.
Well, and I think the constituent piece is critical, because if it gets to our desk, except for like a handful of people who know us personally and are going to call us instead of calling the department that they know where to find the information, usually by the time it gets to one of our desks, they've hit a couple of roadblocks. And so our role then is to help navigate a really kind of complicated city of 2,200 employees who are doing all kinds of different work at different times, and sometimes they get the manual answer, right, of this is how it's supposed to be, and then we have to think about it and say, well, that may be the rule, but maybe it's not the best answer. And I think the balance to that is, for all the pothole complaints I've gotten, I've never grabbed a shovel and some cold patch and thrown it down in a hole.
Sometimes it would have been faster.
Sometimes it would have been faster, there's no question. If I could swing by the Fleet Center and pick up a pile of cold patch and take it out there, it'd be faster. But
Not always, Mike. Not always. Don't hang your head.
But I do think that that it is a critically important thing, and it is very satisfying to be able to share with a constituent. Again, I'll tell you a great story. I had someone say, can you get these medians painted yellow because we can't see them when we're driving into our neighborhood and we're hitting them. And if they were painted yellow, we could see them. I was at a neighborhood meeting. I took down, this is when I was commissioner, I took down the note. I said, sure, I'll look into it, took the address. I got a call the next day, and she said, thank you. They got painted this morning.
Wow.
Okay, I hadn't even made the phone call yet. Okay, it was already on the list to be done. And so, but she was very excited that I had gotten it done. I said, well, there must have been, it was the prayer answered, clearly, because I hadn't gotten there yet. But I think that getting it into the system and helping the system be more responsive is, I think, a big place of where we can be.
You know, I agree with that, but the special cases, I think, are where our intervention is especially important. The routine should get handled.
That's right. But the
when it
special
deviates
cases,
from
that's
the
right.
routine, then absolutely.
And we want our staff, you know, when we get planning and zoning stuff, we want the staff to recommend what our policy is. And if our policy is wrong, we need to change it.
Right.
And that's our rule. That's our job. And we need to do it. And it gets into that gray area.
Exactly.
That's right.
Good. Excellent point. Yes, sir.
Commissioner Walters and I, and the mayor, had this conversation earlier, and I think it's apropos. When it's, I mean, we can sort out the constituents that are, you know, they know you, they're friends of yours, and they're just taking a shortcut to getting the job done, okay? But there are those that actually call you and make the issue your issue, because what they're telling you either cannot be true or there's something needs to be done. And I have a small one where person has gone through all they can to get a street light repaired, and they cannot get a response. Now, there is an urgency. She's 82. It's the only, I mean, I could give you all the details, but it basically, there is an urgency for her to have this street light. Not just because there's other lights in the street and the one in front of her house is out. It is the only light on that street anywhere near her house. So, I don't think the staff sometimes appreciates that when we make that call, it's not because there isn't, they call us because they know if we make the call, the urgency that they have will be transferred theoretically and be more urgent to the department head or the administrator to resolve. Whereas, you know, leaving things in the normal course of things, yeah, maybe they get to them eventually. Maybe they do what you're, but I see that as not outside the role of the elected official. Now, if it's, you know, somebody didn't come out and take a police report because my tire got slashed, well, you can call that in. You don't have to have a policeman come out. He's not going to do any forensics on your tire. But there are issues where you are called upon and you feel the need for the circumstances of the individual. And we should transfer that urgency and be, instead of hitting roadblocks with staff, we should make that urgency, that staff person's urgency to get it resolved.
And Mr. Walker, I agree with you on twofold. One, that particular issue needs to get resolved, and we need to address the policy issue to see that that gets resolved more quickly in the future, right? We can navigate the roadblocks for one issue, but we need a 311 app for streetlights out that gets an auto response and speeds up the whole process and makes it faster for the constituents. So it's both and of absolutely resolving the issue, transferring the urgency, and setting a policy that we don't want people to have to call their commissioner to get a streetlight changed, right?
Well, I think, I'm going to speak for myself. You know, I knew there would be the policy decisions, and you're wanting to see these great things happen, but, you know, I also want to be able to help people get things done.
That's
the
right.
individual. Not, you know, we're not up here so aloof from it all that we create the policies and blah, 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 and we turn it over to our administrator who delegates it to a department head, to a division head, down to the guy that actually does the work. When somebody calls me and it's not, can you do something questionable or outside the, just get a street light. I got a pothole here. I got kids, we need a crosswalk. Something like that. I was also under the impression we were elected to do that. We're not just up here to make these aloof, cloud-like decisions of great wisdom, but get down into the nitty-gritty. And you know, as good as people are, and I use some examples from Public Works, they've done a good job when I've called them, but sometimes things slip through the cracks. Somebody doesn't do their job. Somebody doesn't go out and check the weeds. Somebody doesn't do whatever it might be, and I think every one of us should make that call, twist that arm, make that urgency of your constituent become the urgency of that department head to get that job done. That's the way I feel about it.
They'll tell you that's why they elected us.
Well,
Those things that don't normally happen.
yeah.
The individuals that vote for us, the people that come into my office and say, you know, I voted for you, so I want that patch put on that, you know.
I've had people call me, I'm pretty damn sure didn't vote for me, but they still, they've told me they did.
Well, I'm not gonna tell them they're liars, I'm not gonna do that, but the point being, you know, your point is well taken. It is our job to attend to those special items that come floating to the top to us, and to eval whether it's just a special thing or if it's a symptom of a problem.
Well, true.
And I do think too, I mean, how we do that, I think Doug has talked to us about, not getting deeper into the weeds than the directors of a department. I don't want to call, just because I might know someone on the street crew, I don't want to call them and say, well, you go do that for me. I want to make sure their supervisors managing their workflow. But translating the urgency either to Mr. Bach or to the department head, I think is legitimate, and hoping that it gets done. But I think it is important from that line to make sure that, that's the problem. That's why I don't own a truck, because then people will call you to move stuff.
Absolutely.
That's,
Absolutely.
and just because I know someone in a department, I don't want to call them and ask them to do something. I want that to come from their supervisor, because I'm not anybody's supervisor. The only person we supervise is Doug, and I don't want people to think, oh, well, the mayor called me or the commissioner called me, so I have to do that first instead of what my supervisor asked me to do.
That's a real important thing to remember as you all, when to a certain degree, when you become elected official, you have a little less power than you did when you were a citizen, and you could call the streets department and talk to someone and just say anything you wanted and ask for something. Asking for something of staff down below that department head level frequently doesn't come across as a question, even if you had a question mark in the way you asked that question. It comes across as an order, and it comes across that they need to stop what they're doing now and get that done. And the last thing you want is, if they're on a rotation of patching blacktop and they're moving through this community in an orderly way, for them to break site, move somewhere else, and come back and start over, because that's ultimately inefficient and slows it down for everybody else. So remembering that line, it's good you brought that up, is really important.
And I think every time we get one of those that comes through, and certainly staff here knows they've gotten more than one phone call from me over things like that have bubbled to the top. But in addition to just fixing it in the short term, we should be thinking about, is there a fundamental way that we can prevent that same thing from happening in the future? Can we work with staff to create a better workflow, whatever it might be, a differential funding, whatever it is, so that citizens don't have to make those calls in the future? And that's where I would like, every time a problem boils up, I try to consider what could prevent this in the future. And that's where I think we really need to spend a lot of our time.
So that everyone gets the same excellent experience, whether they call you or not, right? Anything else on this one? Well, I appreciate you having me. I'm going to give the microphone back to my colleague, and she'll tell you what you're doing next.
Thank you.
Yes, I heard somebody who says we need a break, and that is exactly union break. I'll just say the break's on the agenda. We'll just leave it at that.
That's right.
So come back at, shall we say 4 o'clock, so 10 minutes?
Oh.
Your Honor?
4:10? 4:10 won't kill us, will it?
So 10 after 4.
Good unanimous decision.
Yeah.
That's right. Walker's killing us.
Civilian, I agree with that, because that person, maybe their whole career. Sure. You know, and I think that's a great idea. My plan is, one position would be increasing staff. Be nice to the public, and maybe, after they're done with yep, go out in the community. So, I just don't, what I don't know is, do I now share with, and say,
In terms of timing, my understanding is that dinner is going to be here between 5:15 and 5:30.
5:15, I think Janet said.
At 5:15, and I think we'll wrap up this next topic in that hour. And so hopefully after this we can move straight to eating, and then we can continue with our. So if Brian cuts his comments in half, we'll be done in an hour.
And we're done.
Okay. Patty?
Commissioner McKiernan tells me he's got a very focused, and
Yeah, right.
specific presentation that he's looking forward to giving. So.
They all know better. No.
So actually, what just reflecting on not 2 or 4 years ago, but just in discussions earlier today, in terms of what you want to be known for, there were several things came up in terms of housing, infrastructure, investment, making progress, and these are all consistent themes, and they all add to your community value. And while I've not seen Mr. McKiernan's presentation, it is
riveting.
No,
Yeah.
I think it's my understanding. Frankly, it's a complement, a follow-on to discussions that you've been having since the fall.
Oh, absolutely.
So we look forward to the presentation, and then we'll be discussing kind of policy implications, and how to go forward from there. So with that, I'll turn it over to Mr. McKiernan.
Well, and I bring this forward just as a discussion starter, as an idea generator, hopefully, because I think it will address issues that we've all run up against in our various neighborhoods and parts of the city. And so over the past several months, I've been talking with lots of people about the work that Commissioners Markley and Murguia and I have been doing, trying to facilitate the rehabilitation and the reoccupation of abandoned and especially tax delinquent houses. And also the discussions that have been occurring in our Neighborhood and Community Development Standing Committee about reducing the blighting influence of severe and persistent building code violations, and also the discussions that all of us have been having on how to balance our budget and how to provide the highest level of city and county services most effectively and most affordably. And of course, all of those things are interrelated, so I started working on a little bit of a presentation that would bring them all together and serve as a springboard for discussion and hopefully for policies and goals and strategies for improvement. And since a lot of these discussions have centered around properties and property taxes, that's where we're going to start. So property tax is the single largest source of income for the unified government. It represents about 27% of our overall budget on the income side. Since it is such a large contributor to our ability to provide city and county services, it just makes sense that growing property tax dollars would make creating a balanced budget easier. There's always a but, though. But the property tax rate, and in many cases payment for individual Wyandotte County residents and business people, is already high compared to most surrounding counties. So one of the reasons it is such is that the collective assessed value of all the property in Wyandotte County, that is our property tax base, the additive value of all of our property is actually very low compared to other Kansas cities and counties. And from that it would make sense that if we could grow the property tax base, that is, add property owners and add properties and increase the value of properties, we would generate more tax dollars without necessarily increasing the tax rate or individual property tax payments. So, I'm pressing this button and it's fighting back. So, since I come from a neighborhood perspective, I put my sophomoric artistic abilities together and I created a neighborhood. This is based around what I would consider a typical block in my district. It has inhabited houses, it has abandoned houses, and vacant lots, just like a lot of the blocks that are in my district. And, of course, there's the house you live in. Nice house, nice yard, the block needs work. So I admit now that this table is a mess, but don't worry about it. I wanted you to know that there was some math behind all of this. I'll point out what parts of it are important as they come up. Now, I will admit I've made a lot of generalizations and simplifications for this presentation, but I really do think that the concepts in general will scale up nicely and can be applied across the UG. And I think I'll bring up some policy and goal and strategy thoughts that we can build on. So, on our sample block, as in our city and our county, every property has a value that is assigned to it by the county appraiser. We, that is the UG electeds and staff, establish a tax rate that is applied to the value of every property. That generates a bill that represents the contribution of each property to the provision of city and county services, and most people pay their bill. But even when they do, it's important to remember that the unified government only keeps a little less than half of that bill. The remainder is passed through to other taxing entities like the school districts, the community college, the library, and the state. So let's just take a closer look at how the properties on your block contribute to property tax collections. You and several of your neighbors pay your property tax bill in full and on time, and for that we thank you. On your block, though, and in our city, there are vacant lots that still generate tax revenue because the property owners pay their bill. However, because these lots don't have anything on them, they generate significantly less money than the improved properties. Not pictured here, but present in our city and our county are vacant lots that are tax delinquent. In my district, there are over 500 residential vacant lots that are at least 3 years delinquent in taxes. Those actually represent an opportunity for us if we choose to take it. There is a house on your block, and we have many in the city, that is generating tax revenue because the owner continues to pay the bill. However, because the house is currently abandoned and is not being maintained, its value, and therefore the taxes it generates, are both slipping. There is a house on your block. There we go. There is a house on your block, and we have many in the city, that is inhabited and that benefits from city and county services, but where the property owner, for whatever reason, is not paying the property tax bill and therefore contributing his or her fair share to the provision of city and county services. There's also a house on your block where the owner has walked away from both the property and the property tax payment. And we may occasionally need to use city and county resources to address problems that arise as the result of this abandoned house, but it generates no revenue to help provide those services. All right, so here we are, we're back to you. We've already established that your property tax bill is relatively high compared to other cities and counties in Kansas, and yet even with that, we're not generating enough revenue to provide even the most minimal level of city and county services. And in my example here, $5,000, I wish it were just $5,000, represents the cost for maintaining the barest minimum level of city and county services to your block. That, of course, scales up to an entire city if we wanted to. So for me, this sets the stage for our discussion of the need to grow the tax base and the benefits that growing it will provide to all of us. But first, we need to protect our existing foundation, and we need to stabilize what we already have so that we, in fact, can build and grow on top of it. So I'm going to go back to the neighborhood here, and let me take a couple of slides to illustrate the negative consequences of allowing what I call the erosion of the tax base. And this is a discussion that many of us have been having in private conversations and in standing committee meetings about this. Let's say that the neighbor who lives next door to you gets fed up with that abandoned and deteriorating house down the block. And he gets fed up with that vacant lot next door that never gets cut. And he decides, you can have the house. And he walks away from it and the tax bill that goes along with it. The declining value of his house further lowers the total assessed value of property on your block, and his failure to pay taxes widens the gap between the expenses of providing city and county services and the income available to provide them. And then let's say that nothing, whoops, I skipped one. Then let's say that nothing is done to stop the slide toward demolition for this abandoned house down the street, and we have no choice but to demolish it. And although we weren't collecting any taxes on that house anyway because its owner had abandoned it, the fact that it is now an unmowed vacant lot adds to the blight and may eventually cause you to say, wish I could press this button better, I'm out of here. And when you leave, your absence or your departure further weakens the tax base and the ability to provide services until this block becomes unsustainable. We've witnessed the erosion of the tax base in many other cities around the world and actually in many of the neighborhoods within our own city. I think we could and should establish goals and policies and procedures to stop the erosion of the tax base. We could, for example, decide to decrease the negative impact of code violations on our neighborhoods. We could increase the number of code cases that are successfully resolved, another way to state that first one. We could work to decrease the number of buildings that are posted unfit and or demolished on an annual basis. And because you know I like specific, measurable, achievable, relevant, and time-bound or SMART goals, I'll just throw out a couple as suggestions for goals that we could set, if we chose to, that might help stop the erosion of the tax base. We might increase the percentage of property code violations that are successfully resolved by some percent. We might, along with our staff, decrease the average length of time that it takes to resolve those property code violations. We might decrease the number of existing residential and commercial dwellings that are abandoned and causing blight by some number or some percentage. We might decrease the time that abandoned properties stay vacant and causing blight by some amount of time. We might decrease the number of properties that are posted unfit on an annual basis. Or we might decrease the number of existing properties that, in addition to the new ones, we might take the number that are already posted and knock that number down. And we might decrease the number of properties that are added to the demolition list on an annual basis by some number or some percent. I think there are a lot of measurable goals that we could set, if we chose, that would address what I call the erosion of the tax base and give us a solid base to build on top of. We could, for example, decrease the number of existing properties that have been marked for demolition but are not yet demolished. So I think we have a lot of possibilities here in terms of measurable goals that we could establish here. Oh, here's one. We just talked about it earlier today. We could mow and trim vacant lots, land bank and or other, at least X number of times per growing season. That might make people feel better about their block and encourage them to stay, stabilize, and grow that block. So, we're back to you. Assuming that we're able to stop the erosion of the tax base, it's time to start building it. So here are some possible strategies. Our first strategy could be simply to raise taxes. That is, raise the rate that we apply to the value of any given property. And as this slide shows, if we raise the rate that we apply to your property and we raise your bill by 50% more than it was when we started, we can balance the budget. Down there in the lower right-hand corner, the number turned green. Raising the tax rate is the quickest way to generate additional revenue. However, I think I can speak for everybody in this room to say that that's not something we want to do because it's fool's gold. It puts an additional burden on citizens who are already paying a higher rate and a higher bill, and it's not sustainable over time. So we have to look for other strategies other than raising the tax rate. So let's reset the neighborhood. We're back to square one. One strategy that we could implement even before we start to grow the tax base is to collect the property taxes that are being billed on an existing, especially occupied property. I was kind of surprised to find out that we budget 7% uncollected into our annual budget every year. Property owners who benefit from the provision of city and county services, I believe, should contribute toward the provision of those services. So what if this guy at the end of your block was encouraged to pay the tax on that house that is receiving city and county services. If you look in the lower right-hand corner, the deficit has shrunk by 2/3. We still are not in the green, but our red is a lot smaller than it was a moment ago. So we could collect a greater percentage of property taxes that are billed on an annual basis. We could decrease the amount of delinquent or overdue property taxes as measures of goal or policy. So we're on our way, but we have work left to do. One strategy that we could use to actually grow the tax base, and one that Commissioners Markley and Murguia and I have been working with staff to help realize, is to add tax-paying properties through rehabilitation. We have a lot of properties across our city that were once occupied but are now vacant. If we could find an effective way to encourage developers to renovate and reoccupy those buildings, then we can more easily balance our budget. Now, in this very simplistic example, renovating that house at the end of your block has actually produced a budget surplus. We have now generated more than enough additional revenue to balance the budget. But let's do this. Instead of keeping that excess revenue that's circled in red, let's put it right back to the property tax rate. Let's in fact not keep excess revenue, but instead lower the tax rate that we apply to the value of properties. And you can see that the rate is lower and your payment is lower from where we started, but we're actually still balancing the budget, and we're providing all the necessary services for that block. That worked well. Facilitate rehabilitation and reoccupation of vacant properties. Reduce the number of abandoned properties, especially those that are tax delinquent, could be a strategy we used to grow the tax base. Let's see if we can apply another strategy. Strategy number 2 to grow the tax base could be to add tax-paying properties through new construction. There are a lot of vacant lots in my district. As a matter of fact, there are enough vacant lots to keep home builders busy for years and years. If we could make those lots and those neighborhoods attractive to the developers and the future occupants of new houses. So again, in my simplistic example, adding new houses on vacant lots generates, in the lower right-hand corner, more than enough money to balance the budget. But what if, once again, we didn't keep that money, but instead we circled it right back to the property tax rate? What if we again lowered the rate because there are more people paying, and now our $1,550 on our house might not be the highest in the county or in the state, it might be the lowest in the state, and yet we're still covering the provision of basic services. This is admittedly a simplistic scenario, but we've now used growing the tax base as a means to lower property tax rate and payments to a level that could be among the lowest among the cities and the counties of Kansas. We could accomplish this with goals and policies that facilitate or increase new home construction, both as infill on vacant lots or as new developments where no neighborhoods have ever existed before. You know what, just for the heck of it, let's do this. Let's apply strategy number 1 to the one remaining vacant house on your block. And now, what if we've generated a surplus of income, but this time, what if, instead of plowing it back into a further rate reduction, we use the additional income to enhance our provision of city and county services? Maybe pay a little bit more attention to crumbling streets and sewers. Maybe replace aging equipment that's broken, and broken more often than it's working. Lots of possibilities exist now that we've grown the base. And when I first showed this presentation to Greg Kindle, Wyandotte Economic Development Council, he said, "That's cute. But if you really want to make a difference, Brian, in growing the property tax base, don't forget commercial, don't forget retail, don't forget industrial." And so one of the things that we know is that overall commercial properties are valued at more dollars per square foot than residential properties. In general, they pay a higher property tax per dollar of value than residential properties. And they generate revenue for the entire county, no matter where they are built. So just because we build a building in western Wyandotte County doesn't mean that it doesn't benefit everyone in the county because the property tax dollars go to the general fund, and the general fund supports all city and county services. So to further grow our tax base, we really should consider additional goals and policies that encourage new commercial, retail, industrial development, that encourage not only new, but encourage the retention and the improvement of current commercial properties. And again, I could suggest a whole bunch of measurables if I chose to, that we might set with staff to grow the tax base. We might decrease the percent of billed property tax that is uncollected on an annual basis by some percent. We might decrease the total numbers of properties that have taxes delinquent. We might decrease the total dollar value of property taxes that are delinquent. We might decrease the average length of time that properties have been delinquent in taxes. I will say, and some of you have heard me say this in private conversation, I was shocked when I calculated the minimum, mean, and maximum length of time for tax delinquency on properties in my district.
What's the record?
56 years is the record. So, now I'm not going to say that that's necessarily something that's not just a clerical error and an oversight, because I'm not sure that that vacant lot shouldn't have been declared tax exempt 55 years ago, but still, it's on our books, and it needs to be dealt with, whether through administrative correction or collection, in my opinion. We might increase the number of abandoned properties that are rehabilitated and reoccupied by some number. We might increase the number of permits for new single-family home construction by some percent over the last 5-year trend. Or rather than a percent, we could just specify the number of new permits that we would like to issue for single-family home construction. And Doug, in his notes of, I believe, just this past Friday, pointed out that we are on a record pace or are establishing a record currently.
The month of May was the highest we've had since 2011, I believe.
So again, I think we could continue to set goals in that regard. And we could set a goal to generate a certain number of dollars of value of new commercial, retail, and industrial development. And certainly Wyandotte does that right now. But we could as well. We could establish what we'd like to see. So that is a blazingly fast look through just some ideas that I've had, some conversations that we've all had, and I throw it out here just as a discussion starter, an idea generator, and maybe great things come from that.
Well, yes, absolutely. Applause for Commissioner McKiernan. So I took a few notes, just to summarize, if I might.
You
may. So if the and this was the first time I've had the opportunity to see this as well, so great work in explaining kind of the story and some thoughts and the processes that went into it. But first of all, if an ultimate goal of this governing body is to stop the erosion of the tax base or grow the tax base, there are several strategies that Commissioner McKiernan said could be considered. Now, growing the tax base isn't necessarily raising the tax rate.
That's correct.
Right? So you could raise the tax rate and get more taxes, but that's not expanding the base upon which you collect those taxes. Other suggestions he had was to collect taxes on properties that have been delinquent for 56 years, perhaps, or fewer. Or consider, how do we add tax-paying properties to the tax rolls? You can do that through rehabilitation of existing properties or through new construction. So that new construction could be brand new development, or it could be looking at vacant lots within your neighborhoods, so infill development. And then also, the focus primarily was really on housing, but let's not forget the kind of the bigger dollar areas. How do we continue to grow with commercial, retail, and industrial development? And again, adding to the tax base in that way. So was that an accurate summary?
Absolutely.
So let's start, first of all, with questions for Commissioner McKiernan. Commissioner Magria?
So I heard the goals, but the ultimate goal, it appears, as you said, is to grow the tax base. I'll just stick with housing for right now, through the rehabilitation or the construction of new housing. Is that right?
Those are ideas that came to mind, yes.
Okay, so through what mechanism will our government rehabilitate houses and build new houses?
That I don't know. I mean, that's for us collectively to decide. These are just ideas that I've had, and it certainly, at this point, is somewhat academic for me to say this could be a means to an end. And I have some ideas on it, but I don't really have any answers for that.
And I might suggest that that would be, the how would be something you turn to staff and say, if this is our goal.
But the policy question is in a lot of communities, affluent communities especially, the government's not involved in rehabbing or building new houses. It's entirely the private sector. In our community, the government has to be more involved or it's not going to happen. And we know, for instance, the 20% of all new home builds in Wyandotte County last year were by not-for-profits. Not-for-profits are building at least 20% of all new homes in our community right now. And so how we partner in terms of making lots available, cleaning them off. I mean, we have properties that have more taxes on them than they're worth. And so we have to get involved. So I think Commissioner Murguia's point is I think from a policy question, the first question is, are we going to be intimately involved in the housing business? I think that's the first question.
That's the policy.
That's the policy question. Then I think we need to make suggestions about how we're willing to be involved in it and then turn that over. Because I think that, Commissioner, and I don't want to speak for this group, my answer is we have to be involved. We have to be involved at some level in a way different from other affluent communities. Now, I'd be interested in that question from this group.
Well, and I must say that I certainly have lots of ideas, and we've been discussing several strategies on this. For example, we've been discussing the strategy of, for a house that is still habitable, that is still rehabable, but is upside down in terms of the owed taxes and liens exceeding the value of the house and the renovations it would take to make it habitable again, then maybe we consider things like forgiving or forgetting those back taxes so that that house then becomes attractive to somebody who would redevelop it and reoccupy it.
So I have just a comment, Mayor, in regard to what you said, it's exactly what I mean, and you were saying that we have to be involved, meaning the government is going to have to be involved because it's different from other communities. Just to expand on that a little bit, because the more I'm out in the community, especially, and there are more affluent neighborhoods than east of 635. Not that they're flush with cash, but they're more affluent. A lot of people that live in those level of neighborhoods don't understand when we as a government say we have to be involved. And so I just want to refine it and say that nobody is doing it, at least not to the level that we need it done to get ahead of the deterioration.
That's right.
So we don't have the luxury of relying on the fair market home builder to come in and build in 2, 3, or 4 district, 2,
Right.
3, or 4, because they're not interested. And what the public doesn't seem to also understand, that is a big frustration of mine, is that we can't even provide enough incentive to get them to do it. You know that firsthand from rolling your sleeves up, getting in the weeds and talking to developers. You can't even pay them enough to do it. And I think the average Joe in middle income and above neighborhoods, they really don't get that. So I want to close with this just really quick because it was very profound to me. So I've been gone for 10 days. And I was at a nice resort where you had to have a decent amount of money to be there. And we were sharing the women, it was a bunch of women, and for the most part. And there was, women were sharing about what we do for a living. And when I was telling them about running a not-for-profit and clearing up blight and revitalizing the neighborhood, 3 of the women at the table of 6 said, "What is blight?"
Oh my.
And it left a profound impact on me that clearly we are not use these words that is jargon to us, But if you think about it, people, some of you commissioners that might, not implying anything, live in neighborhoods, you should ask your neighbors that are nicer neighborhoods, you should say, do you know what blight is? Just out of curiosity, because sometimes I have a feeling they don't understand that.
Well, and the other thing they don't understand is that if we grow the tax base in the struggling part of our community, it lowers their taxes.
Exactly.
That's right.
And that's the disconnect that people in different parts of the community don't understand, that this investment, if it's done wisely and it has a return on investment, can actually lower your taxes. So they do have a self-interest in the government getting involved in this in a way that they might not have otherwise.
Well, you probably hear this as much as I do. I know, I heard it a lot just in the last election. People always say, you know, and really smart people will say this, and I'm just amazed they still don't get it, is they'll say, you know, I see all this development out here out west, and I see how nice everything looks and how great everything is, but my taxes just keep going up. I'm like, have you ventured beyond 635? Because, you know, the world does not just spin around Village West. You know, it's the whole county that's impacting your property taxes and what you're paying.
And if I could add to that, Mike Grimm got me some data for my district for the last 4 years, and it was, I think we built like 41 houses in my district in the last 4 years, and it was great. I was so happy. And then Aaron gave me the figures on demolitions in my district in the last 4 years, and we tore down 51. So we lost ground. Even with all that new construction, we still lost ground. We lost tax base, even with all that we were gaining.
And I guess one question I have with regard to that is, that I need to understand is, we built 41 houses in District 2. Did we use NRA and therefore not collecting taxes on them at all? I mean, those are questions that I need to understand, and the notes that I'm jotting down through your presentation are kind of global issues, like how many of those housing permits are homes on which we will be collecting property taxes. Things
Doug,
like that.
can you address that question?
I venture to guess that we have NRA on all of them. I can't guarantee it, but I would say it's a very high percentage. It's a great tool. It helps them move forward.
And what percentage is that at,
95% of the taxes.
for how long?
10 years. In
But-
District 2.
Remember how Brian was saying we have to spend money to maintain the abandoned and vacant houses? So even if they're not paying taxes, if we're not having to spend money on them, it's still a step up for us. And eventually down the line, they will be paying taxes. So there's all these little intricacies that we are constantly
Right.
churning through as
I'm
we try to
not
figure
opposed
out.
to it,
Yeah.
But I want to understand it if the conversation is about growing the tax base. You know, we need to talk about where and how are we doing that?
Well, but Mike and Doug just provided a report for me that is more historical than that. And there's an incredible number of properties in my district that are coming off NRA now. And so, if we can just stabilize this and start making the positive steps, we're going to actually start to realize a big boost in property tax revenue in the district over the next few years as properties that were built with NRA come off.
Well, and the other thing that you don't highlight in your presentation either, but when you change the look of that block from the last slide to the end slide, all those houses you had valued at $100,000 are probably valued at $120,000 because they're not next to a piece of junk or, you know, whatever. People want to live there. They're looking to buy and build in.
Commissioner Markley, did you have something else that you
Well,
wanted
I was just going to say, first of all, Brian was humble in saying he doesn't have any idea of how to do this because we have been working on what we hope are some of the solutions as we talk through this sort of tax sale process. And one of the intricacies you should all be aware of is that we've been trying to figure out how do we get a hold of these vacant houses and lots before they become irreparably damaged. So as you all know, a house goes vacant on your block. For a while it looks pretty good. Over time it just starts to decline to the point where it's no longer salvageable, and unfortunately our policies currently sort of allow that to occur. So we're looking at ways how can we get the property before it's in a condition where it can't be rehabbed and has to be demolished, because as you can see, the demolished little grass lot there, it is harder to get back on the tax rolls than just a rehabbed house. So that's one of the issues that we've been working with. as we try to work through the legalities of how we can get these houses. But he did touch on one of the topics I was going to touch on, which is the tax sale situation, and at what point, policy-wise, we're willing to give up on uncollected taxes in order to get a homeowner in that house. And I think that's a discussion we need to start having, because we've sort of, I think our policy has been to hold out. We're going to collect all the taxes, or we're not going to sell the house. Well, all that's resulted in is us not selling the house, and then the house just continues to decline. So we need to make a policy decision about at what point are we willing to say, this house isn't worth the taxes that are owed. We're going to give up on the taxes. We just want a resident in the house who's going to pay taxes going forward. So that's definitely a discussion that I think we're hoping we can have as a commission to make that policy change.
Commissioner Kane?
Oh, boy. I agree with Kendall that, you know, we should do some more commercial, industrial, because those bring in high-paying jobs, and those people would want to live here. You know, and I think that when I worked at General Motors June 3rd, 1976, it took almost 40 minutes to go 3 miles to get home because there was that much traffic, which is a good thing. So I would be more apt to do industrial or something like that. And before we go whole hog with anything, I would rather do a pilot, you know, in 1 or 2 areas before we decide, all right, we're going to jump in there, because I think we need to see if it works before we go whole hog.
Brian and I have some areas to volunteer.
We will be your beta test.
Well, and Ange has been working on this for a long time. I mean, no doubt about it. And she's got some really good ideas. But in order for some of the other districts to say this works,
Right.
they're going to want to see some results, because if we just go out there and say we're going to spend X amount of dollars, I'm not going to support it. Now, if we do it, you got to crawl before you can walk before you can run. So I think that's what we need to do, is we need to start out 2 or 3 pilot areas, see if it works, and if it works better in one, then we go to the one. If it doesn't work in the other one, then we go back to the other one. But I don't want to jump and go ape over something. I would have to see something in a smaller version.
Commissioner Townsend?
Thank you. Well, I'd just like to commend Commissioner McKiernan and Markley and Murguia. This is a topic that I first became acquainted with, or a strategy, in our standing committee, and we continue to look at this. And I think the amazing thing this schematic shows is how many variations there possibly are to growing the tax base and yet not growing the tax rate, or including the tax rate, because as it's already been stated, there's a limit to what people can put on their backs. And at some point, you're right, the vacant houses, the vacant property, we need to cut our losses and see if we can get somebody who will have a tax-producing entity there. So I want to segue that into some issues that, you know, are repeatedly raised in District 1. There have been new homes constructed in a certain area. I hear all the time about Quindara revitalization and revitalization in 661, and yet and still a lot of them remain unoccupied. So I think as part of this discussion or analysis, it's important to have some type of plan that will, I don't want to say ensure, but maximize the possibility that people will move into these houses that have been newly constructed or rehabbed. Why is that not happening? That's the other part of it. So I have some people who have come to me, and I think they may have already approached Commissioner Johnson or Will. I'm sure Commissioner Bynum will be getting calls about a plan. You know, I wouldn't want to see what's happened and not been successful repeated. I think it's important to have a plan or a strategy. And so to that end, I'll be looking for some budget. But I think that's all part of it. Thank you for that segue opportunity. But I think that's all part of it. You know, how are you going to get people to go into the areas that you've tried to rehab?
So fair warning both to Commissioner Bynum on getting the calls, and in terms of the budget, Commissioner Townsend looking for some budget money. What other And I'd make a plug then, what you're saying is, let's not just have a plan, but let's then be able to measure our effectiveness and how successful we are, which gets back to the SMART goals.
Well, yeah, let's have a plan. That might have been, from what I'm hearing, what was absent before. Or a broader plan, a more encompassing plan of who's gonna occupy, what's gonna be there beside the house next door. So I don't know. When people ask me, why aren't they selling? I don't know. What was the plan in the beginning? Well, maybe there wasn't a plan. And certainly, those houses, even vacant, look better than what was there before, without question. But the goal is to have them inhabited, people pay taxes, and make that community thrive.
Other questions or comments for Commissioner McKiernan?
I
Commissioner
have a
Diaz?
question. I'm sorry.
Go ahead, Melissa.
The abandoned housing work is that right, that the three of you have been doing? Do we still need a change in state statute?
Yes and no.
We could use a change in state statute, but we can live without it.
Yes, that's a great answer. So that is exactly what I was going to talk about. So I just wanted to say that though I completely 100% am on board with Markley and McKiernan's comments about there are additional policy changes that need to be made, I think what's important to note in lieu of Mike's comment about a pilot study and not just authoring a whole new pot of money, you guys, we do have a lot of tools that we already can use. I think we learned, Brian, recently that condemnation is an option.
It is an option.
And for 8 years, that has not been presented in that way. It has always been said it's not an option when it is. So condemnation is an option. We already have pots of money that are set aside. For example, we have demolition dollars. We have CDBG funds. We have home funds. And some districts, though lower income, have some fair market dabbling going on. So there are some ways to take what we currently have and do something more strategic with it. For example, how you alluded to this already. I'm sorry, I'm not as organized in my thoughts as Brian and Angela are.
None of us are.
Yes, they're very organized. So let me try to explain it this way. Hal mentioned earlier that when we want improved performance, it doesn't always mean hiring more people. And I am 100% behind that. I agree. It's the same with this. So I have one printout, not near as cool as Brian's, but this is, if you just take one of them and pass it on, this is just this year's demolition that we were presented, and I'm sorry to my committee, I was absent when you guys got the demolition report at Economic Development. And what it did is it laid out, which I thought was very clever the way it was laid out, it laid out how many demolitions per district. And then I asked for us to put a dollar amount on that. So tonight what you've heard is that Commissioner Townsend, who lives in District 1, has said, my problem is, at least it seems to be her priority problem to bring it up, is that I have new houses and they're not selling. Okay, she has new houses and they're not selling. And if you all were here when Commissioner Barnes was here, you would have heard him say, somebody cut the weeds on all of my vacant lots. And clearly for me, maybe not for all of you, and you have a different read on this, but when I read this data, there were $43,000 in demolition dollars spent in District 1. For what? So we can put houses on there that aren't selling so that we can have more vacant lots to mow? That's a terrible strategy. Sorry. I mean, I don't know how else to say it. Passion's bubbling to the surface. That doesn't make any sense at all to me. Yet when you look at Commissioner McKiernan, who has said multiple times in at least meetings with me, and I think during special session, and I know economic development, the same with Commissioner Markley. If you add all of this up, I'm trying to do this roughly in my head, in all of the other districts combined, we haven't spent $850,000. Now, I'm not suggesting that we don't ever demolish anything in District 1 any longer. I think, but I think what Gail and her predecessor, Commissioner Barnes, has been saying is, well, that's just leading to another problem. it's not really a resolution, where I think in Commissioner McKiernan and Commissioner Markley's district, and I can tell you my district, I am appalled at all of the development that I've done. I have 10 demolitions, and KU Med and KU Hospital is busting at the seams, and people are looking for property like crazy. The fair market is working over there, and we have tons of delinquent property that could be demolished, and our eye is not on the ball. Nothing's being demolished over there. 10 demolitions in District 3. If you haven't driven through there, we've had some improvements, but it's surely not affluent. I mean, I wouldn't call it affluent by any means. So I'm just saying, when I look at this, poor Doug, so I call him and I said, what in the world is your thinking here? And that's when he said, I don't know. And it was very nice of you to say that. And so I do think that we need to rethink this. And this goes back to what you guys started this whole meeting about. Two things: being able to be candid with one another. So I'm not saying, I hope I'm not upsetting you, Doug. I hope not, or offending any staff. That's truly not my intent. I just think our dollars could be spent smarter. Gail should have help selling her houses that they have already for sale, and other districts need help cleaning up the little pictogram thing that Brian did, and whatever you call it. And then it goes back to the lady that was here earlier.
Julia.
Yeah, she just told us, this is the answer. Characteristics of an effective governing body is making bold decisions. I mean, that's the characteristic. So I saw this. Doug made me hold my breath and didn't give me a platform until he said, Brian McKiernan going to talk about this. He said, so you can jump on his bandwagon. So I didn't have a chance to talk to anybody about this, but this is a good example, Mike Kane, where we don't need more money. And Hal Walker, where you've talked about there is no more money needed. It'd be great to have more money, but it's not necessarily needed to start making a substantial difference in our community across the board.
So if everybody agrees on the ultimate goal of expanding the tax base, what are all the tools in your toolbox, and what's the best way to strategically use them? Commissioner McKiernan, did you have?
And I will completely 100% agree, but I'll continue to beat my drum of, let's see if we can work our way backwards and stop some of these houses before they get to the need to demolish them. And I know we agree on this, is that if we can stop some of them, and that circles back to jobs, and it circles back to neighborhoods, and it circles back in many cases to our enforcement of ordinances that are already existing in this city, with people who sometimes choose not to play by the rules of the city and county. But I think we need to not only be very strategic about that, but move up the food chain and try to prevent that slide toward needing to demolish.
So just really quick, I'm sorry, and then I'll stop, I promise. I just want to add this one more thing. So one of the things, and then I will. So one of the things that HUD has had a beef with us about, our government, is that they have said, we've spent all this, they've refused to let us spend more demolition dollars because they've said it hasn't resulted in any development. They're right. We keep demolishing stuff in Commissioner Townsend's district and nothing is happening. And so that's why they're frustrated.
Well, now let me say this. There are just buildings that need to be demolished. I mean, and then it becomes a matter of, if HUD says don't use this certain pot of money, then we don't use it. But do those things need to be demolished for safety reasons? Absolutely. Which goes back to what Commissioner McKiernan's point was, to try to get to these homes before they slide to that level of decay, and my earlier point about a plan for rehabbing and what's going to happen. Because you need to take some of these structures down. I mean, there's no two ways about it. So it just becomes about what funding source you're going to use to do it.
Mayor Holland?
Okay, so I wanted to piggyback on Brian's presentation, because Commissioner McKiernan's presentation, because I think there are some things we can do immediately. And I want to give the 1-minute prequel to his presentation, which is in 1960, we had 185,000 residents, and we were 20% above the median household income in the state of Kansas. By the year 2000, we were down to 155,000 residents. We'd lost a net of 30,000 people. Now, we're a fascinating sociological story here in Wyandotte County. But when you think about 30,000 fewer people in net loss, that's about 10,000 empty homes. We already own 6,000 empty lots, either through the land bank or other means. So it's not just a policy issue, it's an interesting, use the term interesting, sociological phenomenon that Kansas City, Kansas has been the poster child for, like every urban area in America. And so we have some catching up to do to turn this cycle around. I do think that I think there are some ways that we could invest some money strategically that would help move us forward. Some of it is reorganizing monies we're currently spending. You talked about the CDBG dollars. That's one way. Another way is we have an opportunity, and we can talk about this when we get to the budgeting for 2017, an opportunity to take some of that money and invest it in our infrastructure. The benefit of the Legends is it represents 10% of the total valuation, not the Legends itself, but the whole Village West area, represents 10% of the total valuation of our community now. That's remarkable that in the last 15 years, that area out west represents a full 10% of our valuation. That's unbelievable. So growing the tax base through development is the way to go. We're building 1 million square feet of manufacturing in Fairfax right now to support the GM plant. That's unbelievable. So that's going to grow our tax base. We need to continue to grow the tax base, but I think there are some strategic investments that we could make. One is I think we could invest some additional resources in collections. Now, we've done this 2 different ways in the past. One, we've just hired somebody to go knock on more doors. The other is we've hired collection agencies in the past to help us collect the taxes. Another thing we need to do is differentiate. Of the $36 million in uncollected taxes right now, I would venture to say half or 3/4 of that is uncollectible, that it's on properties that do not have the value of the taxes owed. We need to clean that off. At some point, we just need to clean that off. It's a strategy with the land bank of accepting properties, but not accepting just properties willy-nilly because we don't want to become responsible for them, but receiving properties that we believe we can turn. And so strategically receiving properties, taking the tax liability off of them and putting them back into the hands of a developer. So collections, investing in collections. The other thing we need to say about unpaid taxes on residential properties, there are 2 groups. There's a very small group, which is the hardworking men and women who are having trouble making ends meet, and they're choosing between groceries, utilities, and tax payment. We need to work with them. We need to help them. We need to come up with payment plans. We need to be gracious. The other group, I think we need to pound like a drum, and that's the absentee landlords who are destroying every sector of our community, and we need to go after them like dogs and absolutely take their money from them to pay our taxes that they owe us. And I don't have any patience for the absentee landlord. And absentee is attitude, not geography. You can have someone living next door to a property they own and watching it collapse or not paying on it. So the people who can't pay, we need to be gracious and merciful with. The people who could pay and are choosing not to, we need to be tenacious with. And I think investing in collections in the short run is a short-term strategy that does 2 things. It gets us money, but it also helps us differentiate which properties are uncollectible. The other piece that I would like us to invest in the short run is innovation. Surprise. There are communities that have all of Brian's graphs and his taped together map. Have you seen his taped together map? It's super impressive. Should he not be able to do that with a mouse, drop and click and make it happen digitally? There are communities that have assembled their data more thoroughly, and I think an investment in the short run in innovation to allow us to have all that data at our fingertips so we know what properties, and you can sort them and say these are the properties with the highest value and the highest chance of getting collected and go after those first, or these are the properties with the highest chance of being turned back into the private market, and we can identify those. So I think a short-term investment in innovation would be worthwhile. Here's the other piece I want to venture with you all, and we can ponder it because we will have this summer, obviously, to talk about it in budget, and we'll have next summer too. I'm thinking about a program, and I don't know what to call it, whether it's Beautify Wyandotte or something, where we make a pretty aggressive investment in the look of our city that I believe raises property values. When the median house in Wyandotte County sells for about $85,000, we want to raise that value, because if you raise the value of the properties, the tax rate goes down, right? We want to raise that value, and if we could invest in beautification, whether it's, we didn't spend that much more money on cutting grass, it makes a huge impact in the neighborhoods. If we could look at that, if we could look at what we're doing with beautification and cutting and trimming our parks, that's another piece. But here's another idea I want to think about. Commissioner, you said we don't need to spend more money on demolition. I totally disagree with that. I think we do need to spend more money on demolition, because there are properties that are safety. If once it's been burned out and it's a shell, it's got to come down. And we have a lot of properties that have to come down. And one of the things I would love to do is, in thinking ahead, putting $1 million or $2 million of the new revenue we have for a couple of years, whether it's 2, 3, 4 years, have every commissioner identify the top pieces of blight in your district, whether it's commercial or residential, and go get it. Go pull it down. Get a hold of it and pull it down. Addition by subtraction. And if we can clear some of that blight out of our neighborhoods, it's going to encourage other people to invest. It's going to raise the property value. If you have a burned out shell next to your house and you try to sell your house, forget it. You tear that house down and at least a lot is mowable. I'd like to see us invest some significant money. We have grain elevators that are abandoned that aren't doing anything. If the owners can't take them down, they're a blight on our city. I'm delighted BPU's agreed to take down 3 water towers that have been devoid of water in my lifetime. Those are coming down. But to identify the pieces of our community, and there's a commercial structure that's making blight, let's take it down, because I do know what blight is. And I don't want to spend it on debt. I just want to buy it and get it out of the way, addition by subtraction, and be aggressive about it, and come up with a funding mechanism, maybe like the NSP, Neighborhood Stabilization Program, the federal program, where we were able to flip 60 homes. We went in and bought 60 homes, rehabbed them with federal money, and then put them back on the free market, and they were back up and running. We need to think about the toolbox that we have, and do we invest X amount of dollars per year? Do we invest $1 million a year in rehab only, and figure out a mechanism where we can invest in rehab, because we're going to get paid back as we fill in the missing teeth in our neighborhoods, that if we invest money in that house, that one last house on the block, and we invest X number of dollars, $50,000, so that house can be flipped, can we get a return on investment that makes sense for all the taxpayers in the community to know flipping that house, that last house on the block, transforms that street, raises the value of every house on that street, and raises the investment in every house on that street? Do we start to make that strategic dollar investment? That's a strategic planning issue. So those are the things I want to throw out there. I want to invest. I think there are some things we can move around. I also know every department outside of public safety in the unified government is down 20% in staffing. We're going to have to add capacity to the organization to accomplish these goals. Now, does that a lot of a capacity? Maybe not, but we need some capacity. And I want to be aggressive about fulfilling this vision, because I think this is the right direction to go. And if we don't build some capacity around it, we're not going to get there.
Commissioner Markley?
So, Mayor, people that sit on these horrible committees with me know that I kind of like to tie things up in a pretty bow. So,
oh, I love tying up, because I just like to throw stuff out.
Okay, so I just want to know, what happens next? Because what I feel like we need, and I'll just tell you what I feel like we need, is I feel like we need staff to sort of get into a huddle and tell us what are the tools we have and what do they think we're missing. What policy changes do they see that we need to make? Because each department sort of has their own tools. You know, codes is involved in this issue, and demolition's involved in this issue, and economic development's involved in this issue. We need to kind of get everybody together to see what tools are out there, and then what are the gaps that we might be able to make policy decisions that we can help with. I just don't want to walk away today and say, Doug knows what we want.
I love
he
that.
can figure it all out.
I love the tying up in the bow, and that's exactly where I was going, because it's probably no surprise that no one said, this is all just a terrible idea. We don't need to expand the tax base. We don't need to rehabilitate homes. We don't need to add to our community value. But the question is, how do we do that? And so I was going to ask Mr. Bach what kind of direction he needed, or what you would suggest you've heard, and where you'll go from here with this.
From some aspects, I don't know that I can summarize everything to say these are the direct questions I have, though as you've been working on these for a while, I mean, I think there's a few of them that I hear from an emphasis perspective, and I'll start from Commissioner's presentation and really how that stems into the other part of the discussions. One is an evolution of the delinquent property acquisition that we have. And I think that's where you get to, there's an opportunity here where it doesn't cost us anymore, but there is a little bit of cost to make things happen, because for years we have operated under a priority of, let's go after the most profitable delinquent properties we can pick off. And I don't think I'm hearing commissioners say, stop doing that, because we make a lot of money. And that's why if there's a property out there that's been delinquent for 40 years, or it should have been exempt, it cost me to say, go spend time working on that property to just take it off the chart. And it won't be on the chart in the end. If we got to file for exemption with the state, we got to spend money to do it. I got to spend resources to do it. I got to spend money. So those are some that are of concern, but those aren't probably as big a concern as it is the property that's up there on the chart, that's the house that's open and operating and someone's living there, be it probably an absentee landlord in most cases. That's a profitable house that we could get money back out of, but it's not a high profit, so it doesn't make it onto our chart. So it's changing the philosophy or adding to it maybe from an abstractor perspective to say, here's a group of abstractors, you go after high dollar things, keep doing it at that rate, and then having ones go after low dollars, but it makes everybody pay. So you don't just have somebody out there freeloading on the system, basically, is what we're doing. And that cleans up that, and that cost is not big. You know, it's probably hopefully a wash in the end as to new tax dollars based on what you get back in. So I hear that as a directive, I think, from this group, and I know I've heard it from your group, you know, from the standing committee and where that's been and that conversation going forward. But, you know, that's one piece of it. Moving to the rehab side of it, and you started to have some of that discussion a little bit earlier, is to gain direction from that side of the equation is a little different. And I think that's one where the policy discussion comes at a little bit greater level.
But who are we setting, I'm sorry, Doug, but I still don't know, who are we setting the policy for? I love the idea of changing the policy, and Brian and Angela are very good at coming up with that. But at the end of the day, we're gonna set this policy, but then who is gonna actually do the work?
Well, and I think that's part of the question of, well, two parts. I'm talking about just getting hold of the property. So that property that's sitting up there, the one that's left that needs rehab, I guess my easiest scenario, and it's not an easy one, but is if we get control of that property and make it available to someone else to rehab. So it's taking it out of our court. So it's not government trying to do the rehab work, but we try to get a hold of the property. And then that's property and tax sale. And there's a few different options that have been out there. The land bank is the easy one. You take it all the way through the tax sale. If no one buys it, we take it into this grouping of property. And you know, we identified in our executive session here a few weeks ago some target areas that we wanted to hit. And I think those make, you know, to a good pilot areas like you were mentioning earlier, Commissioner Kane, that you're not just jumping in and saying, let's grab property all over the city, and now I now own 1,000
We don't-
houses.
We don't want that.
To do something with, more like 15's a big number. Yes. When it really comes to that. But if it's properties we think we can actually turn in some way, so we can take that into the land bank, that's policy direction, which I'm hearing to go in that direction, but it would probably be nice to do that in a public setting to say, take down properties, and you're gonna own properties, which is gonna put us at some liability and some risk, because it's one thing to have a lot we don't mow. It's another thing to own houses that we don't plan to rehab ourselves. And that's a whole different cost arena if we're saying buy 15 houses and rehab them, or buy 15 houses and take them to market and see if we can bring people in that will do the rehab on it. But if we do it strategically in target areas, we can make an impact, and the big cost of the rehab isn't on our shoulders. There's no property acquisition cost. The other piece of that is, I don't necessarily, we don't have to take it all the way through the tax sale. You could give me administrative authority, which I shouldn't say that. I believe I have administrative authority. I have administrative ability today. I don't think I've been given the direction to look at certain properties and say, okay, that's on the tax sale for $50,000 delinquent, sell it for 25, and be my call as the administrator. I look down that list and I find certain ones, and then hope people would pick them off and buy them. We never take ownership of them, but we just cut the taxes really low. And then it's you hope somebody buys it that's good. And that's a little riskier, because in the other scenario, if we take it in the land bank, then I have economic development and land bank write up a contract, or we do a secondary sale, and we only give those properties then to qualified contractors who could come in and rehab them. We don't just pass them on to some other person that may or may not do anything with it. So that's why I don't really like the scenario of lower the price and maybe turn it over to somebody. But if we have a secondary qualified contractor list that comes in, they're gonna buy it, and if they buy it and they don't do anything with it, I don't know that I necessarily wanna go take it back from them, but they don't get another house, and they're liable for it, so it's hurting them, so it's not something that'd be that positive. So that's one policy area that I'd be looking at. I think that doesn't cost us a whole lot. The abstractor side's a little bit, and we've already worked some of that already in this year's budget, so we moved a little bit of that already. Those are 2 points, clear direction on the second one. The third one being, it's probably more of a budgetary discussion, Mayor, as you're going with that, of saying, it's not necessarily acquiring property, but it's spending more money, and I think that probably falls in maybe some of our discussions we could hit later, or it's just priorities to say as part of the operating budget, this is our area of emphasis, that we're going to spend more money doing that. Now, targeting district money to have somebody acquire some special project area, and that's what gets cleaned up per dollars, that's a bigger question and a bigger dollar figure.
Well,
Can you tell us how many parcels are in the land bank currently?
2,500.
They're all vacant, though.
They're all vacant lots, no home,
This
no
would be a
structures.
change, yeah.
And we would only we take any lot that comes, any vacant lot.
We quit doing that.
Well-
We used to, and I think we've quit just taking everything now. And we do strategically look at them a little bit more. Right.
But in terms of structures, we would only take a structure that we had a clear path to completion. And I think that's the policy issue of coming up with some parameters that says, do we pre-qualify some contractors?
That's the plan.
That's the plan. You
Or there
pre-qualify
wasn't a
some
plan in your
contractors.
case, yeah.
You have some contractors come in, we qualify them based on other work they've done either in our community or in another community. We say, yes, you're qualified to do this work. And then we take a structure through the abstracting process, through the tax sale. We take the taxes off of it and give it to them or sell it to them for very little.
Could be.
And then they invest their private money because they believe they're going to be able to sell it and make a profit.
That's part of a contract.
And that's part of the contract. And we could use the NRA incentive. I do want to clarify with NRA, the NRA only abates 95% of the taxes over 10 years for the increment above what it's currently paying. So you never lose the base. So the base stays, but the base is half of what it's worth. But when they make that improvement and it gets valued above that, that's what's abated. It abates the delta, it doesn't abate the base. So it doesn't cost us, it's not like we're taking money out of the tax rolls to give to them. We never take money off. It's like a tax increment financing. It's only the increment that is abated. So I think we could be very aggressive. And do we put if we covered, for instance, if we put X number of dollars towards the administrative costs we spend in CDBG and took the salaries off of CDBG and paid those out of the general fund, it would free all the CDBG money for rehab, right? It would free up more money because we spend, what, $500,000 a year on salaries just to monitor it. If we took that money out of the land bank costs or out of the CDBG costs and covered that money in the general budget, we could do more money. The problem with doing more money out of CDBG is it's restricted in where you can do it. And there might be a neighborhood in an area that's not eligible for CDBG that it would be worth targeting 1 or 2 homes to get after. I think there's a balance, but I think that's part of the ongoing discussion.
In my family, we call that finagling. How do you, right?
Right.
And what, I think we're getting into a lot of the detail here, which I think Doug is saying that he would bring back to you and say, if indeed the direction is that we want to find a way to rehabilitate homes, let us bring back to you what those options might be and the advantages and disadvantages of them. Commissioner McKiernan?
Could I just add 2 more large groups of properties? Those would be properties that are not tax delinquent, but in case 1 are occupied and causing blight, and in case 2 are not occupied, abandoned, and causing blight. Because not every property that is dragging down a neighborhood or sliding toward demolition is yet eligible even for a tax sale. Again, I have my poster child properties in my district that you're very well aware of that are tax current and yet causing such blight that they are leading the people who live near them to say, I'm not sure I want to stay here. And why would anyone want to move in here? So those are 2 more categories, broad categories of property.
And how many, we spend roughly what, $1 million on demolition every year?
Well, the total remaining
this is-
here is 2.5.
This is currently eligible.
Yeah.
This is eligible.
And
This is,
these are not properties that have been demoed. These are ones that are on the demo list, and shows you an order of magnitude if we were to go out and demo everything today.
and so we're spending how much money a year on demo?
About $1 million.
Is it $1 million?
I think it's 800,000.
800,000? So if we have $2.5 million worth of demoable properties, it'd take us 4 years. And I would venture,
Assuming no other properties got added.
that's right, and I would venture to say none of these properties, these how many 150 properties, none of them are rehabable. They're already gone. They're already past are they? I mean, I think they're past the crossover point because we don't, to even make our demo list, you've got to be pretty sorry shape. I mean, you can't, because we have so many, you can't be a nice house and get demoed. There has to be something wrong with it.
I mean, I totally agree with that, but I would just tell you, if that's really what this data stands for, I can tell you there are more than 10 residential structures in District 3 that are beyond rehabable.
To my point. So
Yes.
I want to put money into emptying this list, and I want to put money into keeping more properties from getting on this list.
So do you know what the strategy was for getting on this list? What was who put these on here if they're not all of them or the ones to be demolished this year? If they're not one or the other, who put these properties and decided they were the ones that should be demolished?
They are properties that have been identified by either our demolition coordinator or code inspectors that are out. They've been either called into a scene, there's something's happened there, or they've gone to it from complaints, and then they've gone through and looked at it and said, you know, this is a property that's unfit for habitation. It's now needs to be on the demo. And it doesn't always mean you can't rehab, but I will agree, we just don't go slapping that sticker on and say, now it's on our demo list of one we're going to do. And then the priority falls down as to how they come. And you know, as we had that conversation, and when you look at a list like this as to where the dollars get spent in the end, if half of them are in District 1, which is where the projected ones are now, well, then it would go to fit by percentages that half of our $800,000 will probably get spent in District 1, you know, because that's it, just by percentages of which ones become the worst condition move higher on the list.
But if we spent $1 million taking down junk that has to come down, they're burnt out. We drive by them all the time. Caught a fire, the firefighters, darn it, put it out. Could have just let it burn all the way down. You know, but if we could identify those properties and finish the job, clean them up, take them out, and identify, because you know what properties in your district could be rehabbed for $50,000, not $150,000, but $50,000. Let's have two paths of strategy. Let's get that money. Let's identify a source for that money, whether it's CDBG or new general fund dollars. And then a pilot program, to Kane's point, that's going to start investing money in those properties and showing the return on investment. And let's get the demo stuff down, addition by subtraction, and it's going to bring up the neighborhoods. Get the junk out of the way that can't be fixed. I mean, you got a house that's half burned, you just got to come down. I mean, I drive by houses, there's safety concerns. You have people squatting in them, you have inappropriate behavior going on in those structures. Get them down, get them out of the community, and then maybe people feel good about, and then invest in a couple properties there too, and it starts to go up. But we've got to stop the decline. And if it's, I mean, we were talking about, Commissioner Walters and I were talking about a property in his district that would be addition by subtraction. It's a commercial property. Get it out of there, and then you have a corner that's developable in a nice area.
So let me just.
You know what I'm talking about.
So let me just
We
push
all
back
know what he's talking
a little bit. In District 1, that's been, as long as I've been here, that's been the thinking. It's just demolish and get rid of those unfit structures, because they've been a problem for code enforcement and police and those kinds of things. But we haven't seen an incline in that district. We haven't seen that district benefit from development or construction as a result of that.
That goes to the plan.
Yes, right. But what I'm saying is, why would we not cut our losses, and why would we not look at the $2,500 or 2,500 vacant pieces of ground that we already have control over, and do something with those? And I'm not saying it has to be. I am presenting it wrong. It doesn't have to be an either or. I think it can be all of the above.
It has to be, both and.
But what I'm saying is that I agree we need to do more demolition. Don't mistake what I'm saying. I'm just saying that
You agree with the CDBG that you shouldn't be demolishing without the plan on what goes on top of it.
well, right, but the plan, it needs to be working. It's not, I mean, the plan has to happen. I mean, you know, they tore down houses in District 1 and they built new houses and then they didn't sell. We are never gonna force people to buy a house somewhere they don't wanna live. So the point is that what we've gotta do is figure out what is gonna make housing stock sell in District 1. You gotta identify the problem in the district. Maybe
That goes to the
Brian's
plan.
which is different depending on the district you're in. So if you're in Turner, maybe it is rehab because the housing stock is newer, or if you're in District 2, as McKiernan has identified as the commissioner there, maybe there is a substantial need for rehabilitation.
Yeah, I totally agree. And I just think one of the biggest dilemmas from our community, and we all know it, is you drive through it and it looks crummy. I don't want our community to look crummy. I want it to look good. And I drive by a neighborhood and I say, nice house, nice house, nice house. Blah. Burnt out shell that needs to come down. Nice house. You know, so even in houses in neighborhoods that aren't rich neighborhoods, the homes look nice.
Mm-hmm. That's right.
But we've got some properties that are beyond repair. And we all know what that is. We all know what it looks like. get them down so that the people next door to them don't have people living in them and selling drugs in them and doing other things. Or if the one not so nice house is able to be rehabbed, let's jump all over it before, what is it, 3 years empty and it's done? I mean, about 3 years of a leaking roof and your house is finished, it's coming down. There's no way around it. So let's get in there and do both.
So I don't think we're going to be able to answer all the questions of how and exactly today. But Commissioner Philbrook does have
I finally
some-
decided to open my mouth.
Okay.
I agree with Ann that we definitely, we can talk plan, that's part of the plan. But the whole point is that if we're gonna rehab and do it in a strategic manner where we pick areas that are close to and are actually already have some nice houses and build out from there, as I understand it, that is what is working in some of the other communities. And I think that's what you're pointing to, isn't it?
Yes.
Okay, I just wanted to
If we're
say
going to
that.
rehab, how do we strategically do that? If we're going to demolish, how do we strategically do that?
Strategically.
Right.
So
Simultaneously, strategically.
Yes.
both and.
And
So,
Yeah,
Mr.
I guess,
Bach?
and I just wanted to say the one thing about doing this and doing the pilot project, and I'll use a little bit of historical perspective, where we get caught up on it as if it has to be, it goes beyond a plan to a completed path. And you scared me a little bit when you said that, Mayor, and I don't think you meant that completely, because if I gotta have a path to success for every house we take down, then we go back to square one and I can't ever start.
Right.
So, I mean, it's take down those 15, I may only get 10. Now, if I get 2, then we failed and that's not a good plan. And that plan needs to be reworked, but here's a plan.
Right. No, that's
and
right.
the path to get there, but that clear path won't be 100% success.
No, that's right.
It's gonna have, but honestly, that is where we have stopped before. Because it's like, the administration couldn't come in with an answer to keep us from having any liability or problem forever. You remember that, Hal, so we didn't do it. And we got stopped. So this plan won't be clean, but it'll be a pilot, so it doesn't just have huge liabilities to it.
I agree with that. Let's do it.
okay.
Could we agree on a time to get back together on this, like a month from now or something with a
Or if
report?
Doug is gonna bring policies before us for change, maybe we see them in that condition, but yeah, I agree, it'd be good to.
I think we need, I see consensus that we want to be aggressive about this. Is that accurate?
Yes.
All right, we want to be aggressive about it. We don't just want to be passive. We want to be aggressive. So we're gonna move down this path. And then I think the timeline, I would like to see, I think some of the things like collections and investing in innovation in terms of getting this all, our city digitized so we can quickly access the information, I think that's money we could spend in amended 15. I think in terms of coming up with the plan, you guys are working the CDBG plan. I think a recommendation,
Tomorrow, as a matter of fact.
ironically, I think you guys can bring us back a plan from CDBG's point of view. And I'd like to see in this coming year's budget, this summer budget, ideas of how we move forward with both demo and rehab in pilot projects, to see how we can do it, if it's all out of CDBG or if it's out of general fund dollars. So to your question, if you all meet tomorrow and we could come back, preferably before the budget in June, and hear an update on kind of where we're headed, and then we can gauge, does it sound like we're headed in the right direction?
Mayor, we might also wanna coordinate, we have this, consultant that's gonna work on the 5-year plan for the CDBG, who I understand might be coming to visit us in June. So we might wanna sort of schedule that so that they can be involved in the discussion in some way, so we can cover all of our bases at once there.
That would be great. But I like your assertion, Mr. Walters, of having a timeline
Well, it'd be nice.
to actually, so we can measure if we're getting it done.
Okay.
All right.
Okay.
Good stuff. I think there's broad consensus on this. We have got to grow the tax base in our struggling areas. All right.
With that, I think we're ready for another break.
We're ready for dinner.
Yes. Does that work?
Yes.
Are we eating out here or in there?
So, yes.
I don't know where we're eating. back on track. It's time to get started. We have most of the group in here. Maybe we can do a call for the rest of the group.
You're calling right now. Yell into that mic.
Come on back.
Oh, Brian.
Hey, McGee, get in here.
No, he doesn't.
I just try to motivate people. Too bad. You're not sensitive.
I'll bring you some. I'm gonna bring you some to work, and I'll bring some more. I'm sorry about that. We're kidding. It was underplanned. Sorry. Yeah. Awesome. These are like that picture.
Taking about a half an hour, Mayor.
All right, we'll go ahead and get started and turn it over to Mr. Bach. Now the budget begins. Drum roll, please.
All right, well, as you know, we actually did start the budget earlier in the year when we did the public hearing process in February, which was good. Really, the next part of the meeting is I'm trying to direct your attention to thinking strategically a little more along the line of some of the direction you want to give me as I work on the budget process, and we'll have some times to interact, but this is more at the policy level for big things. And last year, this was what you ended up giving, obtain a structural balance of our budget. And as you recall, that we had operated for a period of years, which is part of our dilemma that we're working with today, where we had borrowed money from one fund or not made payments into a certain account or such over a period of years as our expenses exceeded our revenues. Getting to the point of structural balance was a clear directive that this commission gave me to get to for our 2015 year, and we were able to obtain that. Maintaining the overall property tax rate at its current rate. As you recall, we ended up moving 2 mills from the city fund over into the county fund and into the debt fund, being divided up. But the total tax rate was maintained at the same level. Aggressively pursuing capital, the CNET program, getting that all lined up so we're ready to move forward with projects this year.
Could I ask, did that slip a year? Wasn't construction supposed to happen in 2015 for CNEP?
Yes. I think it was supposed to start in 15.
I thought it was supposed
Now, this was the wording that was right. I don't know, unless we changed it. This is the wording right out of the
I think was the design last year and to identify the projects.
Yeah, identifying the projects so they could start in 15 to 16.
Yeah,
I didn't modify this language coming to the sheet tonight. I pulled this out of the budget book from last summer, Commissioner.
yeah, the fund.
Yeah, we are going to have construction starting this year. But there are some projects that are still being finalized and identified.
Yeah, Doug, Debbie just verified it, that we funded the projects with our financing this year. So construction, we have money available to begin construction this year.
Okay.
saved a year there.
There you go.
Year of efficiency right there.
Commissioner's moving us ahead. That's- Move the aggressively part right on. We're doing the employee compensation study now, and we started the third-party reviews of public safety operations. We're doing the one that's underway for the fire study. We're doing the one that's underway for the detention services, and then we'll do that of police later in the year. And then maintaining the bond rating, however, that was one that we were not successful in doing. They looked at that we did not aggressively put enough money to that, so that's an area to keep the focus on, that more money needs, or looking at the bottom line for our fund balance is a critical issue for us.
We did retain one bond rating, and we lost one.
Thank you, Mayor.
Want to point out, we did keep one. 50-50, that's right.
And it is one of those things, when you look at the bond rating, we had that negative outlook on us for a number of years. Hopefully, you know, when they make adjustments, they look at it from like that rather than having some major event that makes a shift just in 1 year. Okay, and then additional commission direction for long range. Who has the remote?
Good question.
Is that it? Thank you, Patty. There we go. Okay, long-range planning, work toward property tax reductions, restore fund balance, reduce use of debt lease to fund capital equipment, increase employee compensation, repayment of special funds, transfers, increase capital project investment, and restore capital equipment purchases. These were all items set out to be things we wanted to get done, and we went through strategic planning, but they were items that could not really build into last year's budget. So we carried these out as priorities for the governing body that I needed to keep my eye on for the future opportunities. All right, this year we are experiencing some one-time revenues that have come into our budget that I want to look for some strategy on. And as we've looked ahead for years, we've always said 2017 is that big year. We're going to see money coming in, and we will see some money coming in. But now we have 2015, 2016 opportunity because of a few decisions that was made by this governing body earlier in the year. And then the decision of Hollywood Casino not to build the hotel. So the Cerner Sporting land payment is a $6.5 million additional land payment that we are getting this year. You will recall this was money that was to be spread out over a period of about 10 years. Mr. Levin and I worked with Sporting and Cerner as to what the value of money was to get payments paid back now. The actual payment is more like $9.5 million, but we had already budgeted for the $1.5 million from last year and $1.5 million this year. So they were a part of the budget. So the $6.5 is additional money that we did not plan on coming into the budget this year. That's a land payment that we're getting. We're also, and that's all worked into our land payment.
Save the best for last.
So we've come to a successful conclusion with that agreement, and should be receiving that check probably within the next couple of months. The Hollywood Casino hotel penalty, this was a very good position that our former chief counsel negotiated into that contract with them. If they would not move forward and build the hotel, which was very key as we went through the process of selecting who was going to build the casino for us. Part of that promise was that they would build a hotel, although clearly when you go through and do any development deal, you want there to be enough. You know, they had a good argument to come back and say, well, what if the market just wasn't bearing, what if things come into play that wouldn't allow them, and they had this put in as an out that there would be a financial penalty of 1% of their gross gaming revenues. So they will owe us they owe us $1.3 million, and they'll owe us money for 15. I put unknown on 16 because I don't think we should put it in the bank at this point. We don't, Lou and I have discussed that. they could make a decision to break ground in November of this year, and then that amount for 15 goes down. I think that's unlikely that they are going to make such a major decision, start paying these penalties, and then 6 months later break ground. But that they wouldn't break ground next year is a possibility. You know, it's probably be a couple years in their evaluation period before they go forward, but I don't think you can count on that as money we should look for, so I leave it in the one-time revenues, and then as we go through budgets next year, if we have that money, it'll be there, because when they do break ground on the hotel, they will quit paying that amount of money, and it'll be probably about a 20-month cycle before we would start to get property tax and then some sales tax coming back in off the hotel and the transient guest tax. So with this, you see we have money that we were not working with last year, close to, well over $9 million in this equation.
Put in the reserve fund.
Well, that's a good point, and I wanted to go through as you talk about that, but I'm going to point out the different things on the previous slide and kind of what those liabilities are to you. Restoring the fund balance, as Commissioner Walker just pointed out, our target for that is 10%, which is $18 million. So we could throw it all in a reserve fund, and we're halfway to what our target is for that. Now we have a couple there now, so we'd be beyond that, but that's a big number. Employee compensation, 2016, to meet the objective target that we're after in 16, I got to have bridge money to carry us over. That's a $2.8 million number. Strategic acquisition, rehab, demo, just did a little bit of modification to this slide. But there is this is a number from 500,000 to 2 million.
That's responsiveness right there.
Right, there you go.
And I'll say this, and what I've gone after here, these are big ticket items. I'm not going after all operating items. These are really reflective back on those things, and you all talked about strategic acquisition of property. I think that's a broad category that if you're doing acquisition in certain areas that you may want to do rehab, demo, various areas. The radio project, as we know it, has a $500,000 debt increase that our debt fund for that does not cover in 2016. We've got it budgeted for 15, but I'm going to have to either move revenue over to that account from some other fund source or increase the mill rate within the debt fund. The Fire Service Save For Grant expires. That means that I have 16 employees that are not funded. Now, when we committed for that grant, we did not say we were going to add to the overall base level of firefighters. That grant will be gone, and our tail period will be gone in 2016. If we're going to fund over and above what our base or what our level of funded firefighters has been for years, then we will need to add money to the budget. The Employee Health Fund, we did not fund at the tune of about $3 million previously. This is a fund that does need money and does need attention now. The Environmental Trust Fund, it's one where we did transfer some money over for use for that to the tune of $5 million. That's an obligation that you all have built in as part of just being there for protection money. Our Workers' Comp Fund is underfunded to the point of $2.5 million. Water Pollution Control Fund, we had a transfer there of $3.2 million. Restoring capital equipment purchases, I put $1 million there. I could probably put $10 million there, but I mean that's a number that's on it today. We've had this is probably the only specific item that I've laid out to this, and this is the body cameras and the vehicle cameras. This is not as simple as just going, let's go buy some $500 cameras and stick them on every officer. This is a whole software initiative that we would have to come in. If we're going to do it, we have to buy it. We have to buy all the equipment that goes back in, the tape, how long you keep it, the monitoring that. There are many legal liability issues that come into play with something like this, as well as far as when someone requests types your video. So this is a over $1.5 million project if we want to go all in and get it done. So I do and I know Lou fully appreciates the commissioner's comment to say, let's get into our fund balance. But I also wanted to point out to you that per our long-range strategic funding and where we're looking at for things that we may want to address, I can throw at you over $40 million worth of items without really hitting all the capital equipment needs that we have. So, give you good news, here's some money. On the other side, it doesn't take long to, we have a long laundry list without even getting into any operational areas of the government. But as you all have looked ahead to 2017 and said there's money there, you've always said, let's go after areas that make an impact. Don't just go and give every department 2 or 3 more percent and then it's gone, you know, as far as just operational. So these are all big ticket items that we can go after and make an impact. So I may have missed some things out here that you all may have been thinking about from a special type thing. I've stayed away from, other than the body cameras, projects. Didn't go after projects, and I just used capital equipment to say, this is a good opportunity to throw some money at something like that. Commissioner?
Are we going to be having more conversation around the last ticket item and some of the changes that are going to have to be made legally and things like that? Are you going to bring any of that info to us before you do anything?
Oh, definitely. I mean, if we were to say this is just an item that we really have we want to put a lot of interest in, I would bring in the chief and legal, and we'd have discussions about what we would proceed with, what would this, you know, time frames and a project like this take to get to.
Okay, I just wanted to
Even
kind of get.
before we had come to it, it's just, there's been a lot of tension around this, and that's why I felt like it needed to be on the list, because it's not anywhere near, I mean, it's not even in my unfunded capital equipment projects.
Thank you.
Or equipment. I have gone through and done a tier with Mr. Levin as far as recommendations from our offices, and we can offer that up if you want to do that for discussion, or on this.
Let's go ahead and, if there's discussion now, I think
There's one thing on here that does jump out at me, since I represent the commission on the Employee Benefits Committee. I do think that even if it's not the entire $3 million, substantially making what was deferred years ago into that employee benefit, or health fund rather, would be a benefit for our employees. And so, even if it's not the whole $3 million, I would like us to at least consider a substantial payment of the deferred funds.
because we have almost $14 million in money that's deferred or borrowed between the health fund, the environmental trust fund, workman's comp fund, and the water pollution control fund. That's about $14 million that needs to be restored, in addition to the $18 million for the fund balance. So we have some, and if we could make some good faith efforts in those, I think the other benefit is it takes anything we can do now takes the burden off the planning for the 2017 money.
That's
right? Because we've been talking about using some of that 2017 money up front to restore these fund balances. And so anything we can do now in that respect moves us forward on that needle and frees up. The nice thing about restoring fund balances is you spend it, you get that money again next year to spend again, versus the employee compensation that we've already talked about, that 2.8 million is a cost that's recurring every year because those are cost of living increases. So spending money once versus recurring costs is something to think about as well. Yes.
Thank you. So we have, what, about 9 million roughly?
A little over that.
About that. I too would like to see the funds that we borrowed from to do the 14 budget, including the Employee Health Fund, Environmental Trust Fund, receive some of that 9 million as an offset. The Restore Fund balance, I believe we will continue to have as a recurring long-term goal for a while, but with this money, we could have a bigger impact on some of the smaller million requests than we do right now. Just for my edification, the Fire Department Safer Grant expiring, what happens when that goes away? Is that a particular area of focus that those firefighters were pursuing under that grant or focus on, or not really? It was just,
No, they were part of the overall suppression unit for firefighting within the
Okay.
community.
okay. So there's not one
It was a
particular.
fortunate grant that just allowed us the opportunity to staff up, you know, and have more during that time.
Okay.
And we have to fund it, you know, past the full year of the grant, you know, and maintain that for successful, but then that grant, that tail period runs out.
How long is that?
Well, the tail period runs 1 year, so it would expire, I believe, in March of next year.
Correct.
Yeah, so March of 16 is when the tail period ends, and I think we have that calculated at about, well, $1 million for a year,
Well,
which is roughly correct on it. Public safety, not roughly, it is correct. $1 million for annual for about 16.
well, we need to, I mean, obviously, I don't think we need to decide on that today. We have a study coming in about 10 to 12 weeks on the whole fire department, and I think we'll be in a better position to make staffing recommendations or requests after we have that study completed. I think it would be premature to do that now.
Well, but isn't the cost of that in our 2015 budget now?
Yes,
So why is it on this?
it's 2016.
2015, 2016.
Yeah, but 2016 is 3 months? Is that $1 million for 3 months?
Yeah, we're not gonna get the study back until after we've made budget decisions for 16.
It's not true.
I mean, the $1 million would reflect the full year in 2016. So if we decided to fund those 16 positions for the entire 12 months in 2016, it's not, it doesn't represent a 3-month cost.
Okay.
I have went through this with the finance staff, and I'll just do this because I think this is a lot of money to throw out there and a lot of things. So, with the help of Lou Levin and Debbie Johncher and Reginald Lindsay, we went through and we built a recommendation, I guess, from staff. I think that puts it in a range, and if we've left something off there that you guys want to go back to or put more emphasis or not, and we did it on 2 different tables here. This is the recommendations that are operating cost, meaning they're going to have an annual impact to us. So the employee compensation, and this obviously relates to percentage of increases, so if that's done this year, it compounds into next year, and then it would compound and be there in 17, so that's a $2.8 million number we would be facing in 17. The radio project debt is an annual obligation increase to that goes on each year. Whether you want this here or not, but I guess it could be a one-time or it can be annual, but if we have a commitment toward acquisition of property, rehab of property, demoing property, and you do it from the general fund, $500,000 toward that objective. This may not be in the right column here. The fire department safer grant, we have to fund $300,000 next year. I guess if we don't commit to the additional every year, then this really falls into the next page, which would be a one-time cost. So I'll call that a $3.8 million number, and I think that would, we do need to fund the $300,000 there. One-time payments, restoring fund balance. It's a far cry from getting the full amount, but $2 million is a significant movement toward that. I think it's one that when we were having our underwriter calls, they would note that we have moved the bar significantly from where we have been. The employee health fund, $2 million toward that account. I think we have to put at least that amount of money into that. That account has been, is upside down, and we're working that. We've changed the deductible on the employees for the account. We're looking at some other things for changes. So from our standpoint, restoring that at least partially to good health.
As it were.
Thank you. The next 2, I got it.
Just a clarification, and I just noticed it on the previous slide. It had the number that we were $3 million in deferred payments, and actually, I think that number was rounded, but maybe it was rounded down, and it's actually closer to $4 million. So the $2 million would at least restore half those.
All right, thank you, Lou.
Could I ask Lou, how How much is in the environmental trust fund right now?
It's probably under 300,000.
So we have taken every dollar out of that fund.
Just about.
Do you have any intent of ever putting it back?
Well, here I recommend that to put $500,000 back to it, and I would say, you know, workers' comp fund, water pollution fund, well, no, we didn't put any back into that one, I'm sorry. So,
You know,
yes, intent, and that's why we track it. It's where you want to put the priorities at this point.
you know, we created that years ago for the express purpose that we were gonna get hit one day by the feds on an environmental issue. And you're gonna end up leaving us with nothing to pay for any environmental remediation that we may have as a result of previous landfills that we have authorized. And I did not realize we had sucked every dollar out of that to avoid, at some point in the past, raising taxes, which had to be primarily nothing more than a political decision.
Well, we did it.
Well, I don't know who did it, but
We did it.
we're $5 million in the hole. If my bank statement looked like that, I'd be in federal court.
No, it was this body's decision
Yeah.
to borrow the money over the long, and then to replace it over the long term. There's no question, it was a borrow though, it wasn't a removal. But there is
Well, it isn't there.
the long-term plan is to put it back in. But
Well,
you don't have to
it's
say who,
obviously
it's
a
us.
very long term.
Yeah, and the question is, over how long, and it's the priority. So do we want to restore fund balance to 1.5 and put 500 in there? I think those are absolutely we can.
Okay.
Well, and you'll note that the amount of money that we built from a recommendation, you know, we're over 10.6. So we've got more in these than we have money to cover. But we just went through and broke it down and to say, these would be the areas I'd look at as the higher priorities to match back into it. Yeah, and I'm not sure about the police department body cameras and whether that's something that we consider at that level. I mean, you look at, there are a lot of liabilities that are involved in that. This would be a movement in that direction, but a far cry from getting it all done. Probably the first move here may be just getting all the cars repaired, the cameras we have. And then other capital equipment, I almost hate to use the term other, but this would allow us to make some significant one-time purchases to come in and, you know, like, instead of just lease financing everything we have, you know, you buy 20 police cars and you buy some dump trucks or you buy some, you know, so you actually make a purchase of a few items and it doesn't take long, and you know how much cost automobiles and public safety equipment costs to spend $1 million. But that would make a significant movement in those areas to get rid of some of the parts of the fleet that are in dire need.
Doug, what do we get for $500,000 on the police department body cameras? Is it gonna do us any good to spend $500,000 on it? Cause I thought you said it's like the equipment plus the software.
It would just be, it would be more of a down payment to start the program.
So why don't we just wait?
Yeah.
I mean, since we can't run off it since we can't use it, I'm just saying, not scratch it. I think it's a great idea, especially with everything that's going on. But what if we wait until we can pay for it and use it instead of making down payments on something we can't afford right now? I mean, I like all of your other recommendations. I think it's fair. I think I support what you've got here. You had mentioned that we couldn't do anything with the cameras if we didn't pay the whole
Yeah,
amount.
the whole bill on that came out much higher than I was anticipating it was gonna be.
Are there grants
I
available?
was just gonna say
That's
that.
what I was gonna say. Is it too early for us to see how the field plays out, I wonder?
Or if there is a grant, and if we can get $1 million grant with putting 500,000 in, can we get the whole amount if we put some earnest money in?
That's, you know, that's an opportunity that may come out of different programs as well. Haven't seen any yet, I don't think. Dennis left, but
It's gonna,
With the incidences?
yeah, I could see him this fall.
yeah, we could possibly see that. So we maybe just need to keep an eye on that.
Yeah.
Keep a camera lens focused on that.
Yes. Agreed.
But yeah, I mean, I built out recommendations here that, even to that point, if you said, okay, good, I gotta go back and cut $1 million plus, and it's kind of like, if I left something off the other list that you think, no, that should be on here, and getting feedback like that, let's go with the priorities of where we're at. I mean, I probably, you know, the repayment of the funds, the employee health fund is the highest priority that I have. I fully agree with where Commissioner McKernan was on that point. We can't let that fund drop below zero.
And I like $5 million going to the bottom line. That's 2, 2, and 100, 500 and 500. The top 4 bullets are $5 million, and those are all going to restore funds.
Right.
That's where the bulk of it, in my mind, should go. Commissioner Townsend?
And going back to the restoration, I would like to see 500,000 at least of that restore fund balance go to restoration again of that environmental fund. Again, during my first opportunity to work on a budget, that fund and the employee health fund, I can't remember the workers' compensation fund, but I remember those other two where the Paul that we robbed to pay Peter for something else. So I would like to see that. And I mean, still $1.5 million would be a healthy chunk to restore the fund balance. Oh, question, since we're talking about public safety in one aspect. With the task force, the public safety task force, I don't know if they've completed their mission yet, but I know there was discussion about when they would come forward so that we at this time, while we're beginning the budget process, would know if there needs to be money attached to some of the recommendations.
Yeah, so that June 4th, we're going to have a session where we'll have a full presentation of the recommendations by the task force to the commission. You'll get those, obviously we have a meeting on the 21st where I think they'll be finalized, and you'll get that list of recommendations the week ahead of time so you can review them going into the session so you can see them. Most of the recommendations are not are not budget specific. Some are, and then it's going to be, and Doug and his staff already have, you know, it's already a list. It just hasn't been refined yet. If you want to see it, but the recommendations are coming through. The cameras, for instance, are not on the current recommendation list, though they could be, but it's a big ticket item, as you know. But I think you will see on June 4th, the big ticket items on the recommendations are restoring the cadet programs in kind of an aggressive way to get the police and fire cadet programs where they need to be, and the sheriff's department would like to start a cadet program that they've never had before. So those are going to be the most expensive items. Now, my view on those is those programs cost between $500,000 and $750,000 to run. We're spending $150 million on public safety. It seems like if these were priorities, they could be absorbed into the current budgets of the public safety departments. But that's going to be up to Doug and his department heads to determine how feasible that is. Yes.
I was just going to comment on the rehab money, which I realize may have been sort of a last minute add as we were having these discussions earlier, but I love the idea of having some money in the budget for it. I would just say I hope that we're going to have a more detailed discussion as a commission as to what we spend that on to make sure we have the most impact. Is the $500 going toward another land bank staff member? Is it going toward more of those abstractors? You know, I think we would want some additional detail on what that looks like. It sounds great to say, well, it's a priority, let's throw some money at it, but I would want to make sure we're spending that money in the best way.
My initial thought here was not on the operational side. It was good dating back to our executive session when we were talking. I will say, I just added rehab and demo. I had a targeted acquisition.
Yeah.
You know, and I think that's why I say this is a 500 to 2 million. I mean, there's a lot of dollars that can come about in things like this. Though you may want to do it and have some strategic plan about what some things you may want to do in one of those 3 categories.
I just want to make sure we know what we're getting and that it isn't just let's throw some money at it and then, you know, feel the warm fuzzies. We want to know we're getting something.
And I have a question that that would be in addition to whatever recommendations are made by the team working on CDBG. Is that right?
But hopefully in addition to, like, in partnership with, instead of random free-for-all. We're trying to get away from that.
No random free-for-all.
Yeah.
I guess I would start with, is the commission in general agreement, then I guess from this aspect of taking this money, which is really coming in as a one-time, and going after, I mean, targeted toward these big-ticket items, that we are looking as priorities, and said, we gotta do something about these. Instead of making everything wait till 2017, we start to address them now.
And I think the Environmental Trust Fund has, I've heard,
Bumped the police
has probably bumped the police cameras for now. Now, if there's a grant coming forward and we need to match, we can come back and talk about it. But I think I've heard folks want to start restoring that. I want to do the police cameras sooner than later. I will say $1.5 million we could pay out on a single lawsuit. And so the ability to get those done sooner than later.
Yeah, I think we need to vet it. It's just that, you know, why we set that money up was not to fund the day-to-day operations of the unified government. They should have never been taken out any more than the others should have been taken out. And I'm gonna reiterate that point. And you know why it was taken out as well as I do. So, the police body cameras, the protection of our men is more important in the immediate future to me than the Environmental Trust Fund, simply because we don't have anything on the horizon yet. But we get a super fund suit out of the EPA, there'll be a lot of tears at what we're gonna have to do to deal with that. And anyway, just take my word for it. I hope it's not while I'm here.
So I think the question is, I mean, I think the body cameras have, I think Ziegler has confirmed other numbers I've seen. Complaints against police go down on average 80% with body cameras. They're enormously successful for protecting our men and women on the street, and they're enormously successful for protecting the community. So they're a win-win in a lot of ways. The question is, how aggressively do we go after them in 2015, 16?
Yeah, is this 2015 amended budget?
Some of it could be 2015.
Well, doesn't it matter whether it's 2015 or 2016?
Yes. Well, I mean, none of it would be until we go through the budget process this summer.
I understand that.
So we could, but considering the fact that we'll get the land payment this year, so we'll have that money available, and we should have the casino hotel part of that payment. Obviously, that's a monthly type invoice, so we won't have the rest of, I mean, that's the only portion of it that we wouldn't have until available to us, so there'd be about $1 million that we would have to defer. But like all the employee compensation piece, that's all 2016 dollars. We have our budget built on what I've recommended to you for 2015.
I assume there would be some rational basis for determining where the body cameras went, as in where you have the most incidents, or where the highest violent crime is, or where something other than seniority of the district car officer.
It would be based on best practices nationwide. I think the issue would be, obviously there's privacy concerns. Police walk in people's homes when people are in vulnerable situations, that we have to have policies around when that is accessible and by whom. That needs to be established. Privacy issues need to be established. We also would need, I think best practices are, you have them for the patrol officers. The detectives don't need to walk around with them. The commanders don't need to walk around with them. But the group like the SCORE unit and the groups like the patrol officers on the street, and then they would hand them off to the next shift. But the people on the street would be wearing them. And the dilemma you get into politically is if you have them on some officers in some districts and not all officers in all districts, people start to get mad that you're taking a more scrutiny in some parts of the city than others. So we'd need to be thoughtful about that.
What does it matter? Oh, go ahead.
I was just going to say, Mayor, you just hit on my concern though, in that I'm afraid that it's such a developing area that best practices, is that what you're gonna say? Best practices are just sort of bubbling up as we speak, and sometimes I like to be innovative, but sometimes I don't like to be first. Because what if we buy cameras and software, and then best practices and legalities evolve in such a way that what we just bought isn't what we should have, or isn't what they want us to have, or isn't configured the way they want us to have, or doesn't give the data in the way that they want it to come. I'm just afraid that this might not be the time we want to be first to the finish line, for fear that all this evolution that's going on nationwide will affect us.
I totally agree with that, and I think I would be willing to be first to the finish line if someone gave me first to the finish line money.
Yeah.
Well,
Yes.
you know, it said we're all filmed at least 100 times a day, and I'm assuming most of it is not with your consent. You're driving down the street, you're going by a camera. So I guess I'd like to hear, you know, from, we're not innovators here. The police have had body cameras for some time in other cities. And if we're gonna fund it, we obviously can't do it all at one time. So is it best to not do it until we can do it all at one time? I mean, we're not gonna decide tonight.
Well, and I guess I would offer too that when it comes down to just priorities from my perspective, it's difficult for me to go after this new technology, though I realize there's a lot of advantages to getting it. In the same token, I got a police car that's breaking down all the time, you know, that, I mean, in our trickle
No, I
down in
agree
the
with
fleet. So there's just basic equipment we have that to me is the first priority. Getting after these things and being ready for them is where we want to be, and that gives us time to study these things and get into them. But we know how to buy cars and how to equip them and make them right. And you know, I mean, one of these latest things with the incident that happened back in Philadelphia about the vans. I mean, there's going to be some quick policy changes. We've already had some that Chief Ziegler's put in place on how we will use those vans, and because they're somewhat primitive in the fact that you don't have the securing devices that you put people in are not probably what they should be. And that'll be a heightened area of view. So we're going to have to invest some money in that now.
That's right. Kane?
Thank you, Mayor. I'd kind of like to fix what we got, and I'm all about innovation and new things, except there's only one company making these right now. You know, so they've got the corner market, and I'm not sure. I believe that we've got an outstanding police officers. We don't have some of the issues that some of the other municipalities have. And I'm not ready to jump out there and spend a boatload of money when we're not sure what we're getting. Plus, I could have swore I read that there was going to be some money coming from the president's group to help offset our cost. And so I'd rather wait till they throw in some money so we can do it. And then if they get the money, then we go ahead and jump.
That's right.
But I don't want to jump too early. And like what you said, and some of the stuff, they're going to have to rewrite everything. I'm not ready to throw all this money in and say, oh, maybe we bought the wrong thing.
I agree. I think we're all on the same page with this.
It's not only a local issue, it's a state issue too, depending on what their laws say.
That's right.
You don't want to rely on the state right now.
Maybe the state will give us some money.
I will say I was very glad to see the Capers bill not go through, or our discussion would be all that money up there is going toward buyouts of early people leaving.
To debt finance the
It's
buyout of all
hammered.
the people leaving. Yeah. Okay, so does this list, is there anything missing from this list? I mean, I think this is pretty good. I think it's pretty conservative. I like investing the money in our fund balances. We're not lining up to spend it all. And I think I see some consensus around the table. This is a step in the right direction.
Yes, that's good.
Okay.
Good job.
Absolutely. All right, do we have any, is that complete, our 2016 budget piece? Is there any other discussion you want to have on direction for, as you're preparing the budget for this year?
Well, I guess, and I probably go back to these earlier pages that I put up here. you know, that have the overall directive, you know, I think we're keeping in this. These are ones, you know, it's maintaining the overall tax base, and there's really, all of these kind of fall in line. You know, we threw in the public safety operations, you know, for reviewing those, and the compensation studies. All that stuff's ongoing now. I mean, the biggest thing to me that it looks like from a period of funding is trying to figure out how to get some of the capital projects built in and staying within the debt level. Now, if there are other areas that come into play, because here we had the CNET program, well, we won't have that because we're gonna get it all done in 15. But as we move forward to 16 and 17, you know, that's where capital project starts to play in pretty big. Right. And are there other areas?
I have an item that I would like to be considered for the 2016 budget. Is this the appropriate time to bring that forward?
I think so.
All right. So, so this is something that I've previewed to some commissioners and I think some staff. But it's occurred to me that I think we could figure out a way to be more responsive and more nimble as a commission if we had some more flexibility with our budget. And, you know, for example, we're sitting here thinking about the 2016 budget, which is 7 to 19 months in the future. So we have some ability to predict all the good things we're going to understand during that period of time, but we don't have an infallible foresight. So what I would like to consider is putting some money aside for opportunities that arise during 2016 that we don't currently foresee. And what form I think that should take is 1/10 of 1% of our budget, which is only $300,000 roughly. And so what I would like to suggest is that each commissioner have access to about $30,000 to spend to respond to opportunities that arise during the calendar year that were not apparent 6 or 7 months prior to the start of that calendar year, so that they can, so we can, as I said, be more responsive and more timely in some of the things that we're trying to accomplish. So what I would offer as an example, I have a quiet zone study that I've been talking about for 2 years, and it's yet to be funded. With this kind of a program, we could at least fund that. We could see if it has any viability, and we could move on to the next thing. But right now, for 2 years, people in my district have been asking me, whatever happened to that quiet zone study? I still hear the train horns. And all I can say is that, well, it's in the process. You know, we've got processes that we need to go through, and things are happening, and it's not dead, but we just haven't quite been able to get there yet. So I think it's a modest proposal. I can think of a lot of other things that could be used for. We applied for a grant that had the required matching funds. It'd be a perfect opportunity to spend some of that money that way. I'm sure all commissioners might have, you know, some idea of how they could spend that kind of money that they, you know, sometime in 2016 that they can't think of right now. And if there isn't anything that comes up, it doesn't have to be spent. But anyway, that's my suggestion. And as I said, it's 1/10 of 1% of our annual budget. And it seems like I would like to throw that in the hopper for consideration.
I concur with Jim. I'm thinking of a couple of studies, and one in particular that requires an update that I don't know how we're going to fund it, if we are going to fund it, but at $25,000, the money would be there. We don't know when the next economic development, I would assume there would be some restrictions. Nobody's gonna go on a junket to someplace and, inspect a baseball field or, but some bona fide, for me, it would be economic development. But it, could be a study for the quad zone, it could be studies for, bringing commercial activity into a desert area. It could be match. I think it's a good idea to look at and vet.
Brian and I just said we could have funded our abstractor when we were going through the tax sale discussion. For $30,000.
Commissioner Townsend.
CNIP, what would it take to have that program continue? Because I think that's a great opportunity for each of us to direct money toward things that our constituents see immediately in a park, in a sidewalk. And, I understand it's going to end at what year, 2015?
Well, it was tied to the public safety community infrastructure sales tax that was put forth, which was a 10-year tax. So a couple of years ago, we divided out a portion of it for infrastructure into two pots. One to allow for projects to be done basically in 14, and then, or 13, 14, and then 15, 16 for projects to be built out. I think we allocated $4 million totally for that, Lou?
It might be 4.4 with consulting fees.
Okay, so 4.4 with the engineering fees and such built into it. So we put 2.2 in one section and 2.2 in the other. And then we debt service that out, so we built it so it would go over the life of the 10 years that were in that sales tax fund. So that pot of money, as it exists, is not available to us anymore.
When
But
does
if
it
you wanted-
expire? When did it expire, that tax?
It'll expire in 2020.
And we spent all that
Well,
money.
because you've debt serviced it out to that amount. And you've
good Lord.
rationed it out so, well, you could do the projects now and move it forward. And it's put in terms of, a third for police, a third for fire, a third for infrastructure. So you've used the infrastructure side of that, for the most part, used it. There's a little bit left for that piece, but not like that. But if you wanted to do that type of program, it'd be looking at debt and saying, you want to put a couple $1 million into it.
Is there enough left to meet Jim's request? Could we use that is there enough left in the CNIP fund to divide it up by district for $30,000? May not be enough to do another CNIP program, but is there enough left to debt finance to meet Jim's request?
I don't know the answer, Lou. Do you? I mean, we have allocations to what's in there now that are some of the infrastructure, but
You just said, though, there's money left over is why I asked.
Well,
Don't
there's-
ever say that around me.
there's money in it that we budget out each year that have been used toward infrastructure. I mean, as you know,
Right.
we've taken our project infrastructure budgets and cut them all the way down so that we've used a little base amount toward doing some basic maintenance work. I'd have to look at it. I don't have the budget in front of me.
Do you know, Lou?
Yeah, the CNIP program's just one part of the dedicated sales tax program, and so CNIP is used for a funding source for other capital projects that include public works, police, fire, and we've used it for equipment purchases, and we have used it for some operational costs, and that is just to offset expenses that we might have incurred in the general fund to hold mill levy constant.
I think that's fine. I guess the only thing I'm concerned about is there's money left. And is there, do you know off the top of your head if there's
I
enough?
mean, we're spending most of what we receive annually. It comes down to a policy decision on how we spend it, that's all.
The issue, I would, to answer your question,
Thank you.
the sales tax money comes into the general fund and we allocate it during the budget. So it's no different than other revenue sources that we have. So the question is, do we want to fund the $300,000? And then the larger question is, then it's, if the answer is yes, then it's Doug's problem to figure out
Okay. So
what
you're
revenue
already
source to pull
spending
that
it
from.
as part of the
It's already
budget.
being
Oh, yeah.
spent, yeah.
Got it, thank you. That's what I need
Yeah.
to know.
Thanks.
Yeah, we don't
Thank
just
you.
have a bucket that's partially full with that. We use it each
Yeah.
year.
I thought you were setting aside, nothing was happening with it until we decided, but if you're,
We
that's
wish.
why I was confused.
No, we allocate it every year.
Okay.
Kane, did you have something?
And just a portion of it's now allocated toward debt
Are we supposed
service.
to bring up
received.
everything that we want to propose here tonight?
Well, I would say if there, I mean, there's items that we're talking about tonight in terms of the housing, of looking at resources for that. If Commissioner Walters obviously had an idea. If there's an idea that you want to throw on the table, I don't know that it hurts it. I mean, we're talking about this year's budget.
Well, I mean, there's two. I have been working with the Disability Committee. I've talked to you, Mayor, about the creation of a park that is primarily, although there would be other kinds of equipment eventually for non-disabled people, but it is a park where you have primarily equipment for handicapped and disabled children and people. I have spoken with our new parks director, who has built one of these in Independence. I have not stated I don't have a preference for a park. We have some handicap equipment at various locations, but not anything that would serve like, these parks become attractions in a sense for people with wheelchair disabled children, and handicaps in other ways, special needs. And the equipment is not like the, where you have to get them out of the wheelchair now and then they have to be put into the chair. These you can just ride onto with the wheelchair, and they can do it themselves, and other kinds of equipment. The discussion has focused on a portion of the existing Wyandotte County park near Sunflower, but only because you have so much parking and access there. There probably are other locations where it may be more suitable. There's a lot of grant money available, but there's going to be some need for us to put up some matching funds, which at this point I'm not able to tell you. I don't know, is Colin here tonight? Did he say? No. Colin from the legal department is working with that particular committee, and it is moving along with some degree of enthusiasm with ideas. So where it goes, I don't know how much we would be able to fund to that. I don't know, but it is out there and it's going to be brought up. I'm probably also going to bring up a proposal that I've studied with or met with Economic Development, and I think some of the other commissioners have met on Wyandotte County Fair again. So, and I assume others will be involved in presenting that. I can think of a lot of other things, but right now, those are the two at the top of my list.
All right.
I would support those two items.
I just have a couple of issues. The first one is, who spent my CNIP money?
I did.
All right.
For parks, for park equipment, and most of it handicap accessible park equipment in each of the districts.
Okay, I can live with that. And second, I'd just like to put animal control on the table in terms of making folks aware that it's something that I'm concerned about. I'd like to see it addressed in the budget, and one staff person would represent a 20% increase in that 5-person staff that's running the entire city's operation. So, just, it's important.
Okay, thanks, you brought it up.
I'm sorry.
That's okay. So I understand that, that Chief Ziegler is looking at increasing the number of people that are working in that in that department, and of course, a new executive director. And so, and they've already are working on the radio, and not only radio, but the they have what, not surfaces or some type of electronic connection for all of the different people that go out, all of our wonderful people that go out and retrieve dogs and cats and all of that. But I would encourage Doug Bach to encourage the chief to really take a strong look at that increase, or figure out something in the budget to make that work. Because that was one of the highest priorities that came down the pike in our survey through the community, was safety and animal control. So, thank you for bringing that up, madam.
I just clarify too on Commissioner Philbrook's comment that the executive director, and I included in my notes some time ago about how we are converted from a sworn position that'll be out there in animal control that's kind of a evolving position that 1 year and they're there a year or two and then they move on, that we would civilianize that. There's really not a reason that our director of animal control needed to be a police captain in place. So it's a conversion of an actual captain's position over to a civilian position. So it wasn't an FTE change, but it provides good salary to be able to hire a qualified individual in there that would have a passion for that. Not that our captains didn't do a good job, but that's not why they entered into the police profession and got themselves promoted up through the ranks. So they've done a good job of adapting, understanding it, but moving it over and making it an actual person that's trained in this area and you know, would hopefully be there 5 years, 10 years, maybe they make a career out of it, our animal control facility, and that's what she referenced by that move.
Well, Doug, you were here when they did that. And the idea behind having a quasi-military supervisor was to bring order and structure to the way in which animal control was handled. Now, I don't oppose civilianizing it, but I thought for many years that having a police presence there was an effective message to individuals that it was a more serious function than it had ever been elevated to before.
I predict in 10 years, right, we'll go back and have this discussion. We've made the determination
Well,
it needs to be a
may,
sworn officer
exactly.
over animal control. I'm not going to be around when that decision is made, but.
You know, and if I can do a comparison, and it's a little bit different, but I agree, and I know that's how it was set out because they're issuing tickets and that side of it, but, you know, parking control is the same way. But then we did civilianize it and change the way that was being operated, and it has run incredibly smooth. Emmerich, how long ago did we do that?
Probably 8 years ago.
About 8 years ago, Emmerich was our first civilian to go in and take over that operation. So it's operated that way. But we felt like, you know, back in time, you're writing tickets and how you're doing things, and that was a way to bring structure, and it did for a while, but then we moved out, and I guess I'm hopeful that this is where we're at in animal control today. It'll still be within the police department. This director, I don't see any reason to move it out. They're going to report up through the chain of command, so they will be under that law enforcement agency, and they'll have everything in place they need to maintain that.
That's fine.
All right. I think the next, unless there's other 2016 budget priorities to discuss.
I want to note one thing.
Yes, sir.
Because it's come to you as a committee, and I guess it's a matter of where it plays, but planning and zoning brought a number of ordinances, rewrite on ordinances that they were requested to bring forth to you all, to standing committee. I mean, that's the tune of close to $300,000 worth of outside consulting work that would have to come in for a rewrite of our sign codes and various codes we have in place. So that was submitted through standing committee to me, and you know, I'm kind of, that's a big number for 1 year, but.
Well, you might be able to evaluate that and and my thought is make a recommendation maybe we get those done over 2 or 3 years or 4 year cycle and prioritize those and recommend those moving forward. I think that would probably be unless another $6.5 million payment shows up, which I would be delighted about, by the way. I think we could prioritize those.
I gotta ask, you know, there's a corporation that's got all the sign codes of every city in the United States, at least that they do. Why are we gonna pay somebody $300,000 to tell us what's already been done over and over?
Well, we're not going to pay anybody $300,000.
What did he just say?
Well, he said that's a series. There's like 8 or 10 recommendations.
There's nothing new under the sign and ordinances and zoning. I'm telling you, they've all been written somewhere, somehow.
Yeah, can't we just, I mean, maybe this is too elementary, but can't we just pick a city that seems to do signs look good and can't we just take their sign ordinance? I mean, maybe that's just too elementary, but.
I mean, I don't wanna simplify something too much, but Lenexa went to the 10th Circuit Court of Appeals on their sign ordinances. Now, maybe that's not what we want. We got good people. They can look them up in the same books they've always looked them up in.
Well, and they do it with, I mean, state statute all the time. There's like a uniform code that everybody's using, and then you just take it and adapt all the little pieces that you want.
Unique nicks in the traffic code that are to us, but every year we just amend the uniform traffic code to fit what the state does. I just think it's a waste of money to spend $300,000 for some expert
the
to
sign
tell us
piece.
how to plan and zone our own city.
Yeah,
I'm
and
sorry.
they all vary by different areas. I think the sign piece by itself is like 60, but, you know, I know he came to standing committee. I don't know what questions or you guys got into. I wasn't at that meeting when he came before you, or you just heard the numbers and said that seemed like a lot.
It must be coming up, because I've not been at a committee.
Oh,
where
it,
it's
oh,
been
okay.
heard.
Okay. Well, let's
Oh, you haven't seen it yet?
get your opportunity next week,
Not
or
me.
2 weeks.
I'm not on that committee.
What committee is
That's
that
right.
coming
It
to?
would be in front of administration.
Administration, Human Services.
Well,
If it is on administration.
It's you if it's administration, human services.
not anymore.
He's on economic
Are you?
development.
Hey,
And I
welcome
think he
to
may be
18.
thinking, I think he was scheduled to come one night and their meeting ran over and he got bumped.
Okay.
Because his other, so,
Just saying.
So you'll have your opportunity to ask that question, which are good questions, you know, as to,
and maybe we can help
Melissa.
prioritize as
right.
well.
And that would be very beneficial.
Yeah, so
From a
you guys
budget
review
perspective.
those in your standing committee, and then you can make recommendations forward in terms of prioritizing them, and then we can fund a couple each year, or decide we don't want to fund some of them.
You stinker.
Or can we just recommend a new policy
He
from
came to
somewhere else?
me.
Yeah.
He begged me to go to that committee.
Oh, for crying out loud. That is not how that conversation went.
It's getting deep now, Walker.
Oh, we're getting tired, that's why.
All right,
All right, next.
so, and we have another item. 2017.
Yeah, I don't know if we need a lot of discussion. We'd initially.
Let's go back to the next slide.
You know, it's kind of like
Yes,
the
that's
thought
the-
process of moving forward of some of the things we had for 2015-16 goals, you know, and how those might carry to 17. So we can get into more details about 2017 if you want to, but it's kind of, from one aspect, this gives us the opportunity with what we're doing this year with some money we
Yeah.
didn't have to knock some of those things off, see how far we get, and then set our priorities as we look forward to 17.
Yeah.
One of the things, though, and we don't need to spend a lot of time on it tonight if people are tired and ready to go, but one of the things that the restore fund balances we got a head start on because of the payment this year. The employee compensation we have talked about and have a plan for, and we have committed some of 2017 money already for employee compensation moving forward. So because when you do a cost of living increase, that carries forward. So we've already committed some of the money for carrying forward for 2017. One of the issues we're going to need to talk about is that top line item, property tax reduction. And we need to think about what level of property tax reduction we want to recommend. That's going to be our top policy really the top policy issue we're going to need to tackle for the 2017 budget is how much do we want to reduce property tax? And you're already on record. We have about $12 million in new revenue. We've already committed some for employee compensation. If we're going to do some fund balance restoration, which we'll still need to do some more of, we could do it over time. We can have a plan. We don't have to do it all in 1 year. We can plan for that. In terms of property tax reduction, we're going to need a significant property tax reduction, I believe, to come out of that money. And so what does significant mean, right? Every mill levy we reduce is $1 million. So we could reduce our mill levy 12 mills, put all of it into property tax reduction. We could do no mills into property tax reduction. I would say that would be not significant. So we need to think about, and we've already committed almost 3 to employee compensation, so we have about 9 mills to think about. How much is a significant property tax reduction? And in some ways it would be shifting the burden of our taxation from just property tax to including sales tax revenues as part of our long-term plan. And I think there's going to need to be some discussion about, it all sounds conceptually great. The question is, how much are we willing to invest of that initial money in 2017 to shift the burden off property tax? We could put all of our money into employee compensation. We could put all of it into equipment. We could put all of it into projects. We could put it all into property tax reduction. But we don't have enough to do that. We can only spend it. We don't get to print money. Unlike the federal government, we actually have to balance our budget. So do you want to spend some time talking about that tonight, or do you want to? No.
It's just too much sunshine there.
All right. There's a lot to discuss, but I want that on your radar screen because that's going to be our top policy decision I think we're going to make, because that's the piece people are going to be looking at. So long range is coming. We've been putting that off, we've been saying, oh, we'll deal with that in 2017. That's coming. That's coming, so we're going to have to decide.
Let's form a committee and have Markley and McKiernan in charge.
We don't even need to meet, we already decided.
We actually already figured it out.
Okay, good.
You've got the answer over there?
Yeah.
The answer.
Well, and I guess, Mayor, I'd probably say, it does afford itself the opportunity for good strategic planning during the fall. You know, you're dealing with
When
your
there's no
immediate
budget pressure.
15, 16 budget. You get a hold of everything you're looking at as we start to prepare fall of 15, because obviously that's your long range time. Think about how we start formulating a budget in 16 that is for our 17 year.
That's right. Okay, so it's on your radar. Anything else for the good of the order? Do we want to sing some songs or share some stories, or are you ready to go home?
Adjourn.
Second.
All in favor of adjournment?
Aye.
Opposed? Let's give Patty a hand and thank her for her work again.
Thanks, Patty.
Thank you all very much. We are adjourned.
18. You're on the A squad now, Hal.
Yeah, he told me
Moving up.
Brian was needing a lot of help.
We could have spent more time.